Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, no,
And the doctor came in and said, we're gonna release you. We're releasing you. And she's like, are you sure? No.
Was he a computer nerd all the way?
I mean, he works in our team view program, so he can play that.
Hey.
You might have seen him in town meeting.
Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
I knew when he was in high school, that his high school December the light.
And he does a little
Bone fishing, little spear fishing.
Cool. He's a nice kid, I do remember that.
Yeah,
Oh, Jackie, believe
he's
me.
gonna do the
Sarasota.
2-year Cape Cod community
Stephen.
Hey, how are
starting in the fall.
Florida.
Oh,
I don't know what he's studying, but whatever it is, Oregon will
you're in
lose him
Miami?
and Dreamland will lose him. He has 3 jobs as a kid. So when he has two nights a week with us, the other nights he's shoveling popcorn, pushing the broom at the Dreamland. And then, so he's gonna do night classes there, but he's still gonna get to live on island. So do that for 2 years for.
I'm sorry, say that again?
0 tuition.
Okay,
He
hold
wants to go
on,
in
we got a
person.
lot of.
Get off the island bit.
Back and forth every day, or was that the 3
I
days?
think it's a crazy student rate, so for cheating, so.
Diane's in the hospital.
Oh, yeah, Abby, thank you so much for implementing, initiating.
Thursday, this Thursday.
Tuesday.
She just, texted me Thursday,
Oh,
Make an announcement.
gonna be out. Oh, good.
But no, she's not.
Not yet.
she wants it.
She was gonna, the doctor was gonna release her on Saturday. Anyway,
Maybe she just needed a couple extra days to freshen up in there. Okay. Kathy? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, March 11th, just after 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or display will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. Let's see, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved.
So moving will be the regular board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We're going to move on to consent. Any recusals?
I gotta check that one.
I don't think so. I don't see any.
No.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve consents.
All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Consent with conditions. Any recusals? Oh, one consent with condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No recusals. Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you very much. All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we are hoping the rest of the meeting goes nearly as smoothly. First up on our agenda is new business previously held by the commission.
We're gonna do a Q&A.
Pardon me?
The Q&A, item 3.
Oh, I was going to lead into this one. First. Holly, you're here for this one, correct? Yeah, so what we're going to do, we're going to deviate from the agenda slightly, and we'll do the commissioner Q&A with the preservation planner after 8 North Mill Street. New Mill, sorry. North or new?
North.
I've always just ever seen it as
There
N.
is New Mill too.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
there is.
thought.
But
That's one, okay. Okay, so we're going to jump on to 8 North Mill, and before we do, I want to remind everyone, because it's, I'm sure, fresh in your memories, the best practices adopted by unanimous vote of the HDC on November 17th of 2022, in particular, conduct of application hearings. This is a little long, so hold on to your seats. Kind of application hearings, I'll speak quickly. The HCC role is to review and deliberate on the appropriateness of structures and architectural elements consistent with its mission under its act, its guidelines, including Building with Nantucket in mind, and its established policies. With respect to consistently functional meetings. The HCC functions under Robert's rules, and all meetings participants are expected to act accordingly. And applicants and their agents are expected to provide application materials timely. In addition, the following protocols shall be observed. The chairperson opens the application hearing and announces the sitting board, subject to a time allotment, 2 minutes for the applicant and their agent, 1 minute per the first 3 abutters, randomly selected from the queue, and thereafter 30 seconds per. Applicant or agent provides a description of the matters in front of the commission. The commissioners, through the chair, may ask questions to solidify their understanding of matters at hand. Commission receives staff comments. Abutters in public may then speak for or against the matter at hand. I'm going to speak on that topic more in a moment. The applicant or the agent is allowed a rebuttal. The commissioners deliberate on the merits only. Note, except for questions arising of the commission's deliberations, no further applicant, agent, or public comments are received by the commission. So that's to say that once we have the rebuttal by the applicant's agent, unless we have a question of the applicant's agent, there will be no input from any party in the audience on Zoom or otherwise. Through the chair, commission makes its determination. Where applicable, its decision is recorded on the application. That we all know. This is the important part. In each of the foregoing, comments of commissioners, applicants, agents, abutters, and the public are reserved to the merits of the design with respect to appropriateness. And unless as a point of information through the chair, no comments, be they commissioner, applicant, agent, abutters, or public, are to involve policy or procedure. Under Robert's rules, such matters are properly addressed as separately noticed agenda items. That keeps us in comporting with the state law and our own law, our own responsibility to function under Robert's rules. The last comment here, throughout each hearing, both off-topic and or redundant comments are strongly discouraged. I just want to say one other thing. We're all very passionate about the character and setting of Nantucket. And in addition to that, we can be passionate. We are not going to, I will strongly discourage hyperbole and again, comments on policy and procedure. The HDC is a regulatory authority. We are here to make our own subjective opinions based upon our rules, regulations, and guidelines. In doing so, if you on either side of the aisle influence us or are deemed later in an appeal to have influenced the HDC by bringing up matters that are outside of our regulatory authority, there's no telling what the effect will be on an appeal, and that could go against you. So I would suggest please stick to the architectural merits of the particular topic we are reviewing, and I think we'll have a very successful hearing. Thank you. With that said, Val.
I am not going to sit on this because I didn't sit on it throughout the process at all, so I think it should be somebody who knows what's going on.
It's a brand-new project. You may sit off it if you wish, but there's no relevance to the prior hearings.
It's a brand new application, it's not a brand new.
Brand-new application, thank you, yes. You've made my point for me.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there is a member of the public who has their hand up, Paul Moran. I don't know if you wanted him to
That's
speak
nothing
or
to do
not.
with this. I just told him to put his hand down. It's a different case. He's put his hand up.
Okay, guys, the thing I didn't mention, and I'm going to mention now, is we are going to strictly adhere to comments through the chair and the sequencing of comments by both the applicant's agent and the abutters. If that is not adhered to strictly, there will be a one strike and we pause rule. And if we have to pause more than once, we're going to continue the hearing. I don't anticipate that to be used in a way that disadvantages the applicant or the applicant's agent. I expect people to be responsible and diligent in their comments and respect not only their particular perspective of what the HDC is to accomplish, but the HDC's role as a regulatory authority. Thank you. Val, did you still want to sit off it or are you going to sit?
I haven't, no, I'm sitting on.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to.
It's not for this matter.
Well,
The applicant's not going to, excuse me for interrupting, but the applicant is not going to get the original board.
yeah, there's no, so your point is, not to be pointed, but it's not relevant. If you don't want to sit, you're welcome to say you don't want to sit, but there's no merit in anything before us being relevant to a past, other than the fact that it is a modification of a prior approval in an as-built situation that is no way related to any discussions we've had in the past. So you are not going to sit?
No.
Okay. Let's see, so that, is Connie with us, or I'm sorry, Carrie with us? Okay, you guys pick a number, Joe, Connie, and Carrie, between 1 and 10. Carrie?
7.
What's that?
Oh, sorry. 3.
3. Joe, you're sitting. Closest without going over. Okay. Now we are going to move on to the actual application.
Okay.
Linda, you are the, your sitting board is going to be,
I got it.
yeah, I want to announce it for the record. Myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe.
And Joe.
Alternates, Carrie and Connie, and Val has abstained.
Hold on, is Val an alternate or not an alternate?
I think she's not going to be sitting at it.
Okay, so it'll be Connie. Okay.
Okay? Well, not,
Neither.
it's neither. Just, it's abstained. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Linda?
I was just pointed out that Connie did sit on the building the last time, if that makes any difference.
We've done a impartial selection process, and we're moving forward.
Works for us. Contrary to a letter you have in your file, which I've never seen anything more vile in my life,
Linda?
from a neighborhood resident, we did not do this on purpose. The owner thought that this had already gone through the HDC when they recited it with the aid of a surveyor, and they worked with the DPW on the easement, which isn't really in place much anymore. And the building was recited to 5 feet from the northerly property line, which runs along Angola Street, which is actually the side of the house, so it has to maintain a 5-foot setback. The 0-foot setbacks on North Mill, but it's pretty far back from the property line. There was some question about the height of first floor, top of foundation. The bound is substantially lower than the grade. I'll hand it out now. This might be easier to read when he hands the stuff out. It was substantially lower than the actual grade of the lot itself. There are pictures, fortunately, there are pictures of the lot, which we just came aware of before anybody was built on it and before North Mill was improved for the Mueller subdivision. So it was a pretty interesting picture of what the grade was beforehand. And it was already raised up from the 38 and change, which is what the bound is. The stamped, you'll see in your packets online, the stamped approval was 43, first floor, top of foundation, and it checks out at 43, first floor foundation. When a member of the building department went over there to check out some of the progress, it had not been tarred correctly. Only the back of it had been tarred and hadn't been tarred or backfilled. So since then, it has been correctly tarred all the way around the foundation instead of just the south side, which made no sense. The existing grade is the southeast corner, and that was the one that had been tarred and backfilled. And it was tarred and backfilled appropriately now, but after it was able to get into the packet for 10 days ago. So that's why you have the pictures. I believe they're in the online submission because we added it. So it has been backfilled. We had to obviously come back in. The second application is the hardscape to move the planting around. And it is no higher, the grade, finished grade there as we backfilled is no higher than it was before. I gave you pictures of the lot next door, which is at 10A, I believe, Angola. And you can see where his truck is parked and that the grade is still in existence over there. Many years ago, there were buildings on this lot which were almost at 0 setback. And they, over time, were removed, and then another big garage from the Muellers was placed over there, almost at 0 setback, and also up the hill from Angola, but it's almost 0 from North Mill. And that was removed. And that picture of the vacant lot is after everything had been removed from the lot. No grade change had taken place. Some of the really old pictures I'd given you show that whatever over time, they had, somebody in the past, probably before the Muellers even, had scoured out this platform. Because the original grade probably came straight off that hill from Birdsong and went straight down to the pony field. But we didn't do that. That was, 80, 90 years ago. So what has happened is that the house moved forward 5 feet. So now is it at the closest point at 5.3, I believe, from the northwest corner. And it angles back, way back to over 10 feet on the northeast corner, going along Angola Street. So it's not all that close. It's just the front, maybe 10 feet or fairly close. So it was relocated. They do know it wasn't approved now. They thought it had been approved before they relocated it. And now we're here before you to validate the siting of the structure. The structure itself didn't change at all. So it's simply the siting. And we did renotice the abutters a couple of weeks ago. So that's been done. And so that's where we are now. And the foundation side that's on the Angola side is going to continue to be screened by year-round plantings, more than likely boxwoods of some sort, but an evergreen type of situation or year-round plantings. Do you want to add anything? Oh, yeah, some of the stuff that was mitigating
Linda,
this.
just before you go on, I just want to be clear. So we're obviously over the 2 minutes, so we're going to extend the, if there are butters in the queue, which I can't see behind me, we're
Right.
going to give them a little more time too.
That's fine.
But just so everyone's aware, go ahead.
We did improve the neighborhood in some respects because we removed an ill-placed old telephone pole that actually had wires going over the pony cart as well, and we sunk all the wires underground as part of this project, so there's no overheads. They got rid of it altogether and put everything underground and put it on what was left, and they got rid of the rest of it. So
Okay.
we do not acknowledge that it shouldn't have been done without prior HTC approval and a hearing. But as I say, the owner thought it had been taken through by the designer already, which is why it was relocated at the time. But there was nothing nefarious or trying to circumvent HTC rules and regs. It was just an inadvertent mistake, and now we're here.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have anyone in the queue?
I don't see anybody with their hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I want to get, are there any questions for the applicant's agent before we go to Holly?
Mr. Chair, there is somebody that has their hand raised.
Okay, why don't we bring them over?
Okay.
And do they have a name up there?
Fred Mueller.
Fred.
Who is it?
Fred Mueller.
First name? Fred? Okay. He's the original subdivider.
Can you hear me? This is Fred Mueller. Hello.
Hi, Mr. Mueller. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, am I clear?
So far,
Okay, I'm sort of confused about what do I say, procedural versus aesthetics. I'm just going to read a statement that I wrote that I feel very strongly about. I'm representing my sisters Anne and Elizabeth. The three of us own 3 North Mill Street, and we are abutters to 8 North Mill Street. I speak for them today, and thank you for the opportunity to do so. We also signed the letter that Ann Duez submitted to the HDC on behalf of the neighborhood. I'm here to state the obvious. Robert Sarkisian bought the buildable lot at 8 North Mill Street from the LLC we formed to subdivide and sell land we inherited from our parents, Sue and Carl Mueller. By December of 2023, Mr. Sarkisian had created a plan that was accepted by the HDC and all other relevant authorities. He first broke ground late last summer, I think it was, but he did not follow his approved plan. Simply and astoundingly to me, he poured the foundation and built the home 5 feet closer to Angola Street than specified in his approved plan, without seeking approval from the HDC, without seeking an amended approval. This is a violation of the building permit and a violation of HDC's process. A cease and desist letter was issued in January.
Mr. Mueller, you're kind of way off the topic here. We're here to talk about the architectural elements. This is the history that we're aware of. And I would ask if you could hone in on the siding, the massing, characteristics along those lines, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
That's not why I came to the meeting today, sir.
Well,
I came to the meeting today because my perception as an abutter is that Mr. Sarkisian made wholesale changes to his plan
Mr.
without.
Mueller, I'm going to stop you right there because you're out of order. We are not here to process hearsay. We are not here to process speculation. We are not here to review anything but the effect of the architectural elements as have been changed on the site. So I want to note, this is not a public hearing. This is a public meeting of a regulatory authority. Thank you. If you'd like to speak to again, the massing, the structure itself, you're more than welcome to do that.
The structure and the massing. You know, we sold the land to Robert, my family and I. We have, to a degree, stayed out of the firing line because it would be specious for someone who sold the land to make certain comments. And I hope you can understand what I'm saying. I think the house is overbuilt. You know, that's sort of a naive comment, isn't it? But I had hoped for better. I had hoped for something more amenable. And it was I that put the 10-foot setbacks. It was I that put the sewer line, 5-foot sewer line in because I was told that it needed to be there by a number of people. And I figured that would provide 10 feet on the Angola side. 10 feet on the Angola side of setback, which I thought was part and parcel of what we wanted to achieve as a family, which was the maintenance of sightways and greenways. And of course, the maintenance of all the fields, especially the garden by the sea, that we affected at great expense to us. Now, I'm not prepared today to sit as Linda is with a million different little details about something that I think was put in place without proper procedure, including denying me my voice at the proper moment when he would have had to confront abutters and others about moving the mass of that building forward. And I understand you telling me that this is procedural, but what else do I have? What else do I have? What I can see is that he summarily moved the building without consulting the HDC. I can't even change the color on the clapboards on the side of my house without consulting the HDC. And yet a house can be moved 5 feet from its approved plan. From its approved plan. That makes a mockery of your process. I'm sorry if this is procedural. I haven't spoken up. I have to be a neighbor with Mr. Sarkisian. I understand the difficulty of this, but we think the HDC should provide a remedy for this procedural accident or mistake or intentional mistake. I think it was intentional. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I can't differentiate for you. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr.
We have
Mueller.
in mind a remedy, by the way. And if you would hear it, we would be happy to present it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
A remedy.
We have in mind a remedy. And at the appropriate time, we'd be happy to present it.
The next person up can mention it. I want to be clear with respect to a procedural. We are talking about the relevance of the move in the context of the character and setting of that street, other homes on the street and their disposition with respect to height and distance from the street. And in the same general area, I don't know, 500 or 600 yards. That is,
Okay.
when I say, excuse me, sir. When I say procedural, that is specifically the HDC's regulatory authority in this matter. And what I tried to point out earlier is that, for example, if your testimony is if this goes to appeal and your testimony is successfully argued by the applicant's representative to have swayed the HDC, for instance, your testimony will have remanded the topic back to us if we were to deny the move. So it is imperative for all parties, out of fairness of process, to try and stick to the HDC's purview. Thank you. Would somebody else like to speak from the abutters?
Mr. Chair, Whitney Gifford is online.
Whitney, good evening, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. A point of order on the agenda, item number 1 was indeed specified as the cease and desist order, and item number 2 was the vegetation relating to the move.
Whitney,
If-
no, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Whit, that's not correct.
Oh.
Item number 1 is a house move on site 5 feet. Item number 2 is revision to hardscape.
I apologize. I
No need to
withdraw.
apologize, just trying to be clear. Okay, I take it we can proceed. I am not completely comfortable with the concept of accepting the suggestion of a remedy from the abutters. It's really without precedent. The HTC has, unfortunately, under the act, the way, there's a couple of commas and an and missing or two, we have limited avenues or opportunities. So I think what I would suggest is we proceed with the hearing, which is to say commissioners can ask questions and comment. And then if this is held over, which I presume it may be, perhaps the offline, the applicant and the neighbors can chat, but that's not our purview. If it's not held over, then that's the will of the commissioners, and that's, how we're going to proceed. Okay. Have any questions for the applicant's agent? Okay. Again, it's myself, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Joe. And I'd ask that you guys please stick to the topic. Who would like to begin?
Stephen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Holly, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a new dwelling within the Quaker neighborhood within the OHD, and it's a corner lot. The commission reviewed this dwelling for multiple meetings in 2023. As this has great challenges and it was important to get this right, along with Butter's concerns, rightfully so. The condition of 5 foot closer to Angola Street is concerning after the original lengthy review. The encroachment without an amendment COA was noted by staff, and then subsequently a cease and desist letter was sent to the owner requesting a submittal to you, which is why they're before you this evening. The additional 5 foot towards Angola Street was allowed with a reduction of the 10-foot sewer easement along Angola, approved by the sewer director, David Gray Sr., as shown in the submitted plans, which is page 2. This places the closest part of the foundation at 5.5 feet off Angola Street property line. The COA approval indicates that the common 8-inch to 1 and 4-inch exposed height of the foundation with water-struck brick veneer. There won't be room for all the proposed vegetation along the perimeter plan of the foundation, which is on the landscape plan. As the sewer director stated, plantings cannot restrict access to that utility. Knowing where exactly they can be planted to help mitigate the height closer to Angola Street would be helpful. The other changes proposed from the original approval include a proposed basement access to the south elevation. I think that's fine, between the main home and the garage. The previously approved window well on the north along Angola actually has been removed. This reduces any physical encroachments into that sewer easement, And I will note that while it's important for the placement of the structure, it's not HTC's purview, obviously, regarding the easement, but I think it has merit to this conversation. There will be a fence visible from North Mill, which is on the west between the main house and the garage, as necessary for the basement access, but is to the rear of the main block of the house and appropriate. Based on the move and its relationship to Angola Street, the proposed foundation plantings and single row of privet hedge along the street may not be feasible source of mitigation due to the sewer easement. And I think that the photos that were provided by the applicant's agent was helpful. I did provide a follow-up from my original comments we provided last week with the change in that 10-foot sewer line easement along Angola Street, allowing for that 5-foot move. I inquired with the sewer director, David Gray, on clarification onto what exactly can be planted or not within their easement. And he included an email, which is included in your packet. The revised landscape plan should clearly, annotate that now 5-foot sewer line easement and its relationship with the proposed privet. Again, the privet along Angola may not be feasible form of mitigating the height due to the restrictions within the sewer easement and slope. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Does anyone have questions for Holly?
There we go.
Not at this time, okay. Mickey,
Object as usual.
please identify your group. Thank you.
Yes, this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Diane Coombs. So our recommendation is for the HDC to make this decision based on what you feel is the proper placement of the building, regardless of what is currently in the ground. This is a tall building. The original approved location was agreed to by this board in order to provide adequate vegetative screening from Angola Street. It needs that buffer area to prevent it from overwhelming the streetscape. As it is applied for, we have lost 5 feet of necessary screening, and the slope of the grade from the street to the foundation will be unnaturally steep. We feel that this application to move the building should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Appreciate it. Okay, made points and very clearly. Let's see. Any questions for anyone? Would someone like to begin?
Sure.
Ray.
Okay, so I have reviewed the photographs, and by the way, I wasn't looking up at the screen or my screen, I was looking at the paper copies, so you'll have to bear with me. But I'm trying, or I have tried with some success, to compare the current building and the current grading, which with the garage that was there until 2016 or 2018, right? And there are photographs kind of sort of not exactly taken from the same vantage point of the corner of the garage that is closest to the corner of Angola and North Mill, and also the same more or less vantage point of the new building. And it's clear that the amount of grade that is required to reconcile the difference between Angola, the existing Angola Street, and where the house sits now is far, far steeper than the garage photo. I'm looking at one that shows the garage doors, which face North Mill. The side of the garage faces Angola, and it shows it as being relatively flat on both sides. Little bit of slope, but nothing like what we're seeing in the photographs of the existing building. So that, coupled with the fact that we do have this sewer easement, which I know is not germane to our board, however, it's relevant in the sense of being able to plant there, to Holly's point of earlier. And so I'm seriously disappointed about the amount of mounding that has taken place in a short amount of space between both North Mill, which we'll accept hasn't changed, and Angola, which has changed by being reduced by 5 feet. I will add further that kind of lost track of the brick veneer on the foundation because there ain't no shelf on the foundation right now that would accommodate that brick veneer. So we're probably going to be running into another situation that we just ran into on Pleasant Street. So those are my thoughts, my initial thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Commissioner Paul, as they say in the NAPC.
That's my dad. People call my dad that.
You know what? It's funny when you say that because
You say that.
I say something similar.
I know you do.
Let's see, who would like to go next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had the same exercise that Ray was just describing of trying to figure out where grade was before and how it's changed. And there's a great picture here provided by the applicant with the garage that was here from 93 to 2018. And looking at the old photos, having actually lived in this neighborhood before and spent time in that field as a kid across the way, it's clear to me as well that there have been grade changes that weren't applied for and weren't approved. What this looks to me is a building that has moved twice as close to the property line as was approved. And it was already an imposing building in its size and massing on Angola. There are other houses on Angola that are fairly close, but they enter from Angola, which is a typical detail that you would have the front of the house fairly close to the street. So in short, I don't think that this is at all appropriate. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Abby or Joe?
I can go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I first looked at this, I thought it was a question of whether you wanted to move it 5 feet. And I went over that in my mind. I said, I thought 5 feet would be inappropriate. And then,
Abby, is your mic on?
oh, sorry. Thank you. No, when I first looked at this, I didn't realize it was an as-built. And so in my mind, I said, moving it 5 feet closer to Angola would be a mistake. It's already a densely built-up corner now. And it's a corner that's highly visible. So anything you do to this corner is going to get its attention. I mainly see it coming down New Dollar Lane, and it's already imposing. So in regards to the building that was there historically, I mean, this is a fraction of the size of what was there originally, so it's really hard to compare those two buildings. I don't have a remedy for it. I'm sorry we're in this position, and it's really unfortunate that we're here, but I think it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
My turn. So I looked at this before the meeting. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't be on it, but here I am. And, setting aside the idea that we're looking at something that's an as-built, I just want to mention, we're looking at exactly the same building that was already approved. And when I watched these applications go through, I didn't sit on any of these. I remember there being a lot of conversation about the garage, and I don't know if there was hardscape that connected these two structures at one point, but just to put a different spin on this a little bit, the separation from the garage, I think is an improvement. I don't disagree with my fellow board members regarding Angola Street and the steepness of the grade and the mitigating factor of the easement that's going to prevent some screening to happen over there. But it sounds like we have exactly the same building that was approved after much deliberation at exactly the same height relative to grade. So that says to me that, and even if you look at the elevations, there's an existing grade and a proposed grade. So through the approval process of the building and its former location, implicit in that was some leveling of grade. And my recollection is that there was a trade-off there because it mitigated the height of the retaining wall on the other side of the property by elevating this up a little bit, which of course created an issue on Angola. And I think there was a lot of discussion about whether or not the front should be on Angola or if it should be on North Mill Street. So I think I'm happy that the broad side, it is the long side of the building along Angola, but we're looking at the tail end of the building and the greatest step in the footprint happens to be along Angola. So the shortest amount of building footprint is at the corner of Angola. I guess it could be worse, I guess is what I'm saying. And I do think that the fact that we're probably 8 feet or 10 feet separation between these two structures, and now it's twice that, is a benefit. I mean, on the North Mill elevation, they're only showing part of the garage, but actually think that showing what that streetscape looked like as approved and as it is now, I think it probably diminishes the density, at least along that street, which has created a problem on Angola. I'm not going to make any suggestions as to what I think the solution should be, but I do think that there's silver lining might be a stretch, but I would just ask the commissioners and everybody else, including the abutters, to consider that the proximity to Angola is definitely an issue, but I think that there's a benefit to having moved this. If it had moved in the other direction, for instance, if it was approved as is and then it moved closer to the garage, that to me would be a problem. And if it had moved closer to North Mill Street, I think that would be a problem too. So those are my comments. I don't think this was done intentionally. Maybe that's not germane to my feedback, but having listened to this, I'm sure the last thing that the applicant wanted was to have this unfold in a way that wasn't consistent with the HDC approval. That would be in nobody's interest. But those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Paul. So where I'm at on this is really, it's a dramatic change. Number one, agree with the comments Ray has made and others have agreed about. I also agree with Joe's comments with respect to the small sliver of silver with respect to the garage and the distance, because that was something, and the concept of the massing and how they're perceived from Angola is a topic we spent a lot of time discussing, and it was an important one. So I don't want that to be overlooked, and I believe that deserves some emphasis. Unfortunately, we are, we're the folks who have to make the decision on what the solution is. We're not the folks who get to say what we think about what it is and then let it go to someone else. So I'm just gonna outline my understanding of what we have to work with, and then I'm gonna make a suggestion, which is, may seem to be punting to another meeting, but I think it's important. Given the comments, I do not feel like there is I am having a very difficult time reading what the outcome would be of a motion. Anyone is welcome to make a motion at the appropriate time, but I would suggest that we, kind of consider what our solutions are, or what our options are, and then I'll make another comment. As I understand it, we can approve subject to the as-built fee. we can approve subject to the as-built fee and the daily fine. We can approve subject to the as-built fee, a daily fine, and modifications. We can approve subject to modifications. I'm sure there's a combination in there I missed. And obviously, we can deny. I don't think any of these are, personally, and I don't think any of you think either, that these are decisions to be made lightly. My suggestion is that we do a view to study what other similar elements are or are not on Angola, on North Mill, and on adjacent streets, you know, within a radius of a block. I would ask if we pursue that, that we would come back at the next, next week. I want to, I want to point out for clarity that this is, there is a cease and desist order from the HDC and a stop work order from the building commissioner on this project. So there's not work going on currently. Well, there's no work going on currently, other than just safe and secure by putting the roof on. Okay, I'm not going to get into back and forth on it.
I just want to make sure you knew the roof.
The point is that there is not construction work going on the structure.
Yeah.
So there is an element of this is, it is making a dent financially. It's not like this is just, I came in and I'm asking to move it 5 feet. I don't think that should inform our ultimate decision. I'm just pointing out the circumstances literally on the ground. With that said, I would suggest we would do a view to study the conditions, character, and setting in the immediate and surrounding area, and pick it up next week at the beginning of the meeting.
Did you say that there was a rebuttal at the end?
Hold on. I'm open to hearing other suggestions. That's not a directive. I'm just trying to give this some direction so we can move forward. Right.
Okay, so I agree with that strategy. Mr. Chair, I would love for the applicant to address the issue that came up regarding the brick veneer, because I don't see how that's going to happen, honestly. There's that, remediative measures, and I guess this is kind of like a point of information type question. Are remediative measures covered in the revision to hardscape application that follows this one?
They changed the location of that stuff. You can hold it though.
Well, I guess, what we're looking for is how on earth you're going to be able to mask the amount of fill that's being placed between the house and the two roads with a sewer easement that apparently does not allow certain types of planting. So I would like to have some kind of resolution to that, and your viewing, I think, is very, very important.
And just to follow up on that, I had the brick veneer, thanks on that, Ray, the easement, the town sewer.
Yep.
I'd like to get very specific clarity from sewer. I presume it's written in the 4 corners of the piece of paper that is the easement. So I'd like to get a copy of that. So we're reviewing not the efficacy of that easement or any value other than how does it relate to, for next meeting, how does it relate to potential solutions for remediating that slope?
Okay.
Or other elements, which is the proximity of the structure. I'd also like to get, if Mr. Mueller is here, or Linda, if you can comment. I just want to understand for my own edification the 10-foot setback requirement mentioned by Mr. Mueller. I'm not sure I understood. I believe that was waived by someone?
The sewer department.
Okay, so that was related to the sewer. Okay, I wasn't sure I understood that. Okay, does anyone else have additional comments? Abby?
I have just a couple of questions and a request. Just to that, why does the sewer company override what we?
It doesn't.
Oh,
They don't, but let me answer the question I think you're asking, and then tell me if it's.
Yeah.
They need to be able to maintain and access the sewer line, so they may have restrictions on the type of materials or hardscaping that can go there. For instance, they don't want you to plant a couple of elm trees there, as opposed to maybe inkberries or privet that can be, relatively easy removed.
No privet.
So my question would be, why didn't it come back to the HDC then, when he said that?
Because he thought it had already been done.
Linda, please.
The water company, David Gray.
Sewer doesn't,
Well, I mean-
yeah, so they would make a determination independently of the HDC. They were reviewing the proximity of the structure relative to their requirements, I believe, to
Yeah.
access the sewer line, not the aesthetic.
Right, but they're skipping a step there, which would be coming
Yes,
back
they're
to us.
skipping a step.
But let me go on to.
When you say
what-
they're skipping a step.
They
where's
should
that?
have come,
Come to
when
us.
they realized that.
Who
they
are
should-
when you
When
say
David
they-
Gray said,
I gotta correct you on that.
or whoever,
Yeah,
the
but
water
they-
and sewer.
They don't, I just want to be clear in the process for everyone involved and the people at home eating popcorn. The sewer department makes an assessment of the functionality of its easement with respect to the proximity of a structure. That has nothing to do with the HDC. That's like the select board, if they approve a parking spot to be removed or added in town, they don't come to the HDC. It's a separate regulatory process that considers separate regulatory matters. And then it comes to the HDC on the applicant's back. And what I mean by that is it's their responsibility to bring it back to us. So I just want to be clear, the sewer department doesn't have anything to interact with the HDC on, correct, Holly? Okay.
Well, I did,
It'd be nice if everybody talked, but that's just not how it works.
that's not what I was going to ask anyway. But does seem a little fuzzy to me. But could we put poles where the Angola Street will actually be, so I can, when we view it, we can see where the road is? Because right now, the berm goes down, and yes, there's a road there, but I'd like to see exactly where that road is, so that I can see that. I'm just asking for poles. And the other question was, there was a change in the roof material, is that correct?
No.
But that's not before us.
You already approved that.
Correct.
But I thought I read somewhere there was a,
There was a
they
change,
wanted to
okay, let
change
me
it
back
to.
up. Abby's question is, there was a change in the roof. There was a request to modify the roof from one material to another. The request was for an approvable roof color based upon unanimous HDC vote of approvable roof colors in the historic district. That was accepted, and the roof was put on
Now, this is
in
the
order
meeting that I've been
to,
preparing for.
excuse me, Mr.
I'm a
Miller.
wreck.
So my question was it being changed from wood to asphalt?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because I just want to say that the impact of this house, that the black is going to be very impactful, and if it was wood, it would be a lot more subtle. And I
You
just-
already approved the garage
Linda, please.
with black.
Anyway.
And Abby, we're kind of going off topic, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but
No, I just didn't know if we were bringing that up, because I
we're not.
thought
Because
it was.
it was something that was approved under consent authority. It is something
Okay.
that and now that you brought it up, I'm just going to say, given the location of this structure to Angola and to North Mill Street, you're going to see very little of the roof. So the concept that this roof color made a big change, I think is subjective. My belief is it doesn't, your belief is it does. The fact of the matter is it's not relevant to what we're talking about this evening. It was approved under a pre-authorized consent procedure. That pre-authorized consent procedure was via unanimous vote of the commissioners. So,
No, so just the poles on Angola and,
okay. And
yeah.
can I get clarification on that? So Linda, Angola is 5 feet away from the structure. So I think what Abby's asking for is if you guys will put some bamboo stakes in with a piece of marking tape 5 feet from the structure so that she can visualize it versus having to think about it there.
Because we have that concrete bound on the corner. We can go off of that.
I think we need to keep it simple that way.
Yeah.
And anything else, Abby?
no, thank you.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a deadline this week for old business.
Well, let's hold on, Linda. Angus, do you want to add anything?
If we're going to hold this, I've driven this, I've walked it, I've looked at all of the material. I was ready to move forward with something tonight. I want the other commissioners to have the opportunity to be as prepared. But if it is going to be held, there would be more information that I think would be helpful. And that is a clear section from the house to the road, looking at grade of what was approved and what was built. I think that would be helpful. There's a note in the application about exposed foundation 8 inches to 16 inches. And in all the drawings, it looks like the foundation is 6 inches exposed. So anything that is going to give us a better perspective of what is being proposed, I think would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. I appreciate that. I think that's a very good request. Makes a lot of sense to what we're trying to accomplish. And yes, I think the second chance at being prepared is going to include to make a determination. So it didn't seem like we were there yet. If I misread the room, I'm happy to proceed this evening, but I think that was where we were at it.
I'll hold my rebuttal comments.
Okay. Joe, anything?
No, other than I think seeing it in person would be beneficial. The photographs are very helpful, but I think in exploring the context, I think that would help me certainly.
Okay. And the last thing before I go to Kathy and then we take a motion is, Linda, procedurally, the images you submitted here, were there any additions or changes in any of the documentation that is available online? Okay, if there was, because you mentioned a picture.
Well, we had the pictures of the lots before there were structures.
no,
That was the only thing we found.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the previous garage was added in. When you spoke, I was trying to juggle a couple other things. So, okay, so there's nothing, just for clarity for people at home, there are no new images to be added. The images that are on the HCC website view pack for this meeting are what we reviewed, hard copies of here this afternoon.
There's a supplemental thing on your view packs, but in between now and when we come back, there may be.
Yes, you didn't add anything today.
No, except for what you see
That's
here.
the point that is relevant. Kathy?
2 things. Mr. Mueller has his hand up from
Okay.
before. And secondly, about there's no deadline next week is new business. The deadline was on Monday. It's up to the commission whether, if you put them on, what deadline for that information you want, either Thursday or Friday. We could do Thursday, even though next week is a new business meeting.
Right,
We're
can
all
you
right
get
with
us
the
a
next
section?
one. We're all right with the next old business meeting, which is next week.
It's
Are you?
the 25th is
Yes,
the
the
old business.
25th.
Which
It's not
is,
next week, it's the week
The
after.
week after.
when is it?
Next week is, the 18th is new business, and the following week, the 25th.
We just had
is
new
old
business yesterday.
That was a deadline.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Linda,
saying. The next old business
wait,
meeting is next,
Linda,
the
let's
deadline is next
stop,
week.
Please.
That's
Let's
fine.
keep it simple.
That's fine.
Can you have something in this Thursday and be heard next Tuesday, or do you want to go the following Tuesday?
The following Tuesday.
Thank you. Deadline for that is established separately.
It's next
We don't need
week.
to discuss it. Mr. Mueller? No?
Is his hand raised?
His hand's still raised.
Actually,
Hello. Yep, sorry. I'm
Hi,
not
we can hear
familiar
you.
with
Go
the
ahead.
technical. I
We
can
hear you. Go
find,
ahead.
I can get you pictures of the old structure.
We have them.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
you don't
can you
have what I
repeat that?
have. You don't have what I have.
Mr. Mueller, the pictures are on the HDC website under agendas and minutes and the view pack.
he has.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
no, I
has.
understand that. I'm saying that I
No,
could probably provide you with additional pictures of,
You're welcome to, the deadline is Thursday at noon,
No, next Thursday,
next Thursday at noon.
not this Thursday.
And you would submit those to the preservation planner. We would request that they be digital so that they can be posted
Of
to the
course.
website
of
for
course.
commissioners and the public.
I'm only offering because I thought they might be helpful to you.
Well, we're accepting them because we think that it would be helpful, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we'd accept it in any event, because that's how we roll. All right, can we get a motion to have commissioners do a view to study solutions, including to make a determination and to
Further
receive a section, cross-section showing the change of proposed and existing?
I know.
So moved, Mr.
No.
Chair.
On the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And
And then I'd like
hardscape
to get a
track.
motion to track the hardscape. Just for the folks at home, what that means is we will take up the hardscape after we discuss this house move on site 5 feet. And we may likely have them come up together.
So moved.
All in favor, raise motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously. All right, we're on to 2 Dukes Road. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it, your patience. I understand it's a difficult topic, but we do appreciate you kind of helping us by following through on our procedures.
Mr. Chair, actually, you'll have to go back to the conversation with me.
Oh, before we go on to 2 Dukes Road, we are going to go on Commissioner Q&A with the preservation planner. Holly, I don't want to put you on the spot, but are we going to be able to get these on the Friday? I mean, I just haven't had a chance to talk to you, but like
Yes,
we've talked about.
I'm trying to get them. I think that there was a lot that you have that were already from last week because of not having a full board for a lot of these old business. But yes, my goal is to get them to you by Friday.
And just out of sequence here with respect to what the agenda item is, but is there a way that maybe you could designate those that are updated, old business that have received an update by, we have a light gray and maybe we have a slightly darker gray or something along those lines? So we'll know when we're looking at it, oh, okay, all these that are gray have comments, and the ones that are either lighter or darker, depending on the key that you provide, are the ones we know to actually look at because they've been modified.
With that, Mr. Chair, everything that was uploaded for tonight has been updated.
Okay.
So there was nothing new, unless it was something that was not opined on last week.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, with all that said, do we have questions for Holly on the information she provided? Is Angus? I don't want to miss if he has a question. Oh,
Oh.
the Lou. Not to be confused with the loonie, the Canadian dollar. They're spelled differently, folks. Angus, good evening. I just wanted to check to make sure if you had any questions for Holly.
I didn't want to interrupt. I apologize.
No, that's fine. Just before we cut her free, I didn't, I wanted to make sure. Okay. So Holly, thank you for sticking around for 8 North Mill. And we would ask that we would have you here next week for more of the same in case there's additional comments you want to make. Okay? Okay, great. So we're back to 2 Dukes. Mr. Levesque.
Hi there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Your board is going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Val. Yes?
I'm not on it.
You're not?
No.
Your board is going to be myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe. And Ray, for the record, Commissioner Pohl is recused. When you're ready, kindly direct staff through the what's on the screen. Just a refresher, everyone, we all went to take a look, or we've previously been in the structure, and we were going to use that information to inform our decision.
Yep.
Okay, Pat?
So on behalf of my client, we'd like the board to reconsider the original motion to move only to allow us to demo the house. Originally, there were 2 homes on the property which were listed in the INM back in August of '23. The newer, smaller home was already moved off-site when I started, which was in August of '24 this year, or last year. At the time I started the project, there were many, we were told there were many interested parties in the older home, which my clients were happy to hear. And to that point, they incurred the cost of raising the house and putting it on moving wheels to make it more cost-effective and easier for a future owner to take the home away. Unfortunately, as many of the interested parties had walked through the home to see the poor condition of both the interior and exterior, and also learned of the actual expense to not only move the house, but also remodel and bring it up to date aesthetically, and also the mechanical systems, insulation, interior finish, they've all decided to pass on the project. In addition, the building is on the cusp of not being over the size to be able to move down the road as is, making it harder to move to a different location. At this point, after walking at least 7 or 8 different interested parties, everyone has turned the home down, and we have no takers at this point. So, up to you.
Okay, thank you. Was there anyone who, well, we don't have any alternates to put in if somebody didn't put a view. Who would like to begin? Joe?
Mr. Chair, you do have an abutter in the audience.
Oh, we have an abutter? I'm sorry. Yep. Please, yeah, come right up to the mic. Good evening. If you could state your name for the record, that'd be great.
Sure. My name's Kathy Kelm Cronin, and I live at 29 Nantucket Road, which is right around the corner from Duke's Road.
Great, good evening.
Hi. And I'm here to basically advocate for Daisy, that's what we call her, Daisy Hill, the house. I've known Daisy since '72, when Dick and Mara Carey moved in, and then maybe 2 decades ago, Eric and Jana Odlison. And both through all those decades, this house was lovingly lived in and cared for. And until the sale, which was just recently, maybe a year, within a year, Whit Bourne was an active caretaker. So inside I've been in the house recently within that time, and it's absolutely wonderful. This house has a spirit. It's a historical place, but we know her as an entity, and I think she's terribly important. And I think we need to have this kind, Daisy particularly, but other houses like this. And I realize how hard it is to move places because I direct NISTA, and we're in the midst of moving. We've just moved two cottages, which are really in bad repair and need beams and all kinds of things, but we're doing it. And I'm just hoping and praying. I'm aware of a couple people that are interested, and they're still looking for property, but property is really expensive and hard to find. And I'm wondering if there might be another way to save her. If she can't be moved, that's a big piece of land. And the topography's really been changed. And maybe there's a way to tuck her near the road or over in a corner and repurpose her so she doesn't die. That's how I feel about her. And inside this house is wonderful. It has a cobblestone fireplace. They've kept, when Jana and Eric did any work on her, they totally respected her history and what she was like. And from what I've seen, I know Whit was there until the very end taking care of her. And they constantly repaired her exterior, and the interior really looks good.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for you. Can NISDA take this?
NISDA, we have, I don't think we have the land for it. It would be, and it would really be hard now. We've been really fortunate. We've gotten 4 CPC grants, and we've restored the farm, and it's a huge project, as you know.
Yeah.
And the land bank just moved next to us, which is wonderful, and they gifted us a heifer. And in between moving the cottages from town, which is project, the heifer was available and it had a time frame. So we moved the heifer and the cottages at the same time, and we're just completing those. But if it were a possibility and it wouldn't be a financial drain, that might be a possibility, but we still have to raise another 800,000 to finish up what we're doing. So we've got our hands full.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. Any questions for Pat? Okay, so it's myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe who'd like to begin.
I'm happy to start.
Angus.
So I appreciate the site being open so that we could all go and look at the building. I don't know whether I could really say I was hoping to see a frame that was failing and windows that were missing and interior that was, unlivable. But when I got to the structure, there's a bed in one of the bedrooms and appliances in the kitchen, and you could feel that this house was lived in until it was not. And the removal of the chimney mass revealed all the plaster and lath that was behind it. And I looked at the exterior, I looked, through each floor and underneath it. And to me, this is a demolition of convenience, and it's a contributing property or structure that was, I wasn't on the board at the time that the COA was given for a move only. But I respect that, and I would have to agree. It should not be demolished. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Who's next? Joe?
I'll be quick. I have to say that I agree with Angus.
Okay.
And it's, how do I put this? The applicant has clearly sought many different avenues to find a taker, and not just the applicant's representative, but even the applicant went through the expense of raising this up and putting it and readying it to be moved. So I don't think it's anything on the part of the applicant that's been an issue. It is the issue of economics and the feasibility of moving it. And I think somebody with the passion that Kathy has would be the right recipient for it. And every time one of these things comes up, and then I think about housing issues on Nantucket and all the money the town has set aside, makes me think that there should be a temporary move site that the town has that these things move to, and then they can be stabilized and set up, and people can go through and move them. They can sit there for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, however long it takes to get it moved. Because it's often right for some people, but not at that particular moment. And yeah, I think that, I don't know, this would be the impetus for that, but it would be a shame to see it go, especially in this location. It's outside of town, but you're talking about something that's, what, 60, 70 years old? Is this 1940?
1940.
Oh, 80 years old.
80 years old.
So those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby?
I agree with what's been said, and I had that same dream that Joe was having. I was collecting houses on a little cul-de-sac of all the ones we'd saved from the landfill. This one's got a lot of soul. I can't imagine it going to the landfill. So I wonder if there isn't another try at putting it out there publicly to somehow see if somebody could take it. It's a little gem. I walked through it. Thank you, Pat. Yeah, I mean, it could so easily fit on some of these lots. So I think maybe one more try.
Okay, thanks, Abby.
Thank you.
Let's see, Connie.
This is a tough one because I can see both sides. I think the owner of the property has done what he can, and this has been available since 2023 with no takers. You know, they've had several people look at it, but no one has actually pulled the plug. But I also can see the historic value of this house. And I don't know. Like I said, I can see both sides of this, and I don't have a solution. I don't know if one more go at having it advertised will help. It does need a lot of tender, loving care. It's not in the best of shape, and the longer it sits, unfortunately, the more that's going to need to be put into the house. And yeah, I'm stuck with this one on which way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I agree with Connie's comments. I think it's, you know, it's a structure that, you know, it's not decrepit, but it's also not pristine. It obviously has history. It would be something that if we could salvage and reuse, it's important to do. And on the other hand, you've got individuals who have conformed with the bylaw and the requests, their property rights. So it's a tough one. Pat, is there, I mean, I don't know, is it possible that this, what's going to happen if we deny this?
I mean.
First of all, I'm not going to suggest we deny it.
So when you talk about putting it back out there, it was listed in the, I don't know how it came up again, but it was put on some Nantucket Current thing, and there was a couple of houses that were listed that were getting either moved or demoed. And then we had all this influx of people, and this was just, you know, maybe a month or so ago. And then we went through the whole thing again. So where people would come in, they would walk through it. I want to put it on the slide. There's a local person, I'm not going to name her name, but she's been looking and dying for a place, and she just couldn't work out with the lot. The price didn't make sense to move it. There was a guy in the neighborhood, like right around the corner, said, it's just too much for me to move around the corner. I mean, I appreciate, like, the client appreciates everything, the history of it. You could not move the structure with the stone fireplace. That had to go. You just can't pick it all up and move it. So that's been removed at this point. But like, I can appreciate all of you. I've been here for 30-something years, so I understand what's going on. But at some point, if no one wants it, what's the next?
Well, I think what I'd suggest, and again, I was not suggesting deny, I just wanted to kind of spur a little discussion.
Yeah.
Is that if you have the facility to, you know, re-advertise, you're not going to make the deadline for this paper, maybe re-advertise it for 2 weeks. So say 30, or can you guys hold for 30 days or so and see if there's interest? And if there is an interest, well, before we go down, that's a question for you, which will inform my next comment.
I mean, ideally, no, because we're moving right along. I'm trying to meet deadlines and things like that.
Sure.
But, I mean, I can appreciate that. I don't want it to be denied and then have to, you know, we can't come back for a while. So gauging the temperature, it's just hard to say.
No, and that's why I'm not suggesting that.
So, I mean, we can, but it's, you know, it makes things very difficult, what we're trying to do there work-wise.
Okay, and then I think the question for the commissioners, and I don't want to force a vote on this, but you know, is anyone on the fence with respect to, well, we would like it to be salvaged, but if it can't be moved, then we understand and it would be a demo? Or are you firmly on the no demo side, or it's okay? I'm just trying to get a better read on, I don't want to extend this for ask to extend this for 30 days or whatever the time interval is, to be in the exact same position we're in if we know that we could be making a determination now and then you guys are making different plans. And that determination doesn't necessarily have to be in denial outright. You know, we could hold for more information if we wanted to, but I think we need to be a little clearer in direction. Angus.
what comes to mind is that this house wasn't condemned. It was purposely, moved in order to develop the land. And it's not an orphan. It's the responsibility of the person who bought this contributing asset to our historic district. So there are ideas about there being a holding place by the town, but I feel like this is the owner's onus, not the town. And it's something that should have had provisions that were followed through on before the development of the land. And I appreciate the picking up and having it ready to go. But I think all that was necessary to move forward with the development that was the intention of the owner. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm still seeing a contributing structure that shouldn't be lost just for the convenience of the owner who wants to keep a schedule.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Angus has provided a reasonable rationale for why he is not on the fence. He is firmly on one side of the fence. Fair enough. Abby?
I'd like to ask for like 1 month of really intensive searching for a place for this home. I'm afraid that we are the people that, we've got Joe, we've got everybody on this board, architects, that this is probably the place that you would, so we could all put our heads together and try and find a place for this. I would give it like 1 month, see if we could do that. Just reach out to, and Terry Holland, I mean, is that his name, Terry Holland? Who's the head of housing? He might have an idea.
I've gone to the housing authority. So I went to the housing authority and
Holland
said,
moved on to a different position, yeah.
Okay.
So,
and I went to them and I asked them, like, we have a house that's ready to go.
Well, so I was just thinking, with all these new tariffs, you might get some more, somebody might bite if things are going. What? All right, I'm just.
No,
okay.
Tuesday at the HTC, International Politics, I love it. I think what I want to be clear on personally, just trying to facilitate things, is
Suggesting a hold.
when you're
for a
saying a
month.
hold, are you
Yeah.
suggesting that because you don't feel comfortable making a decision
No, I'm trying to find it.
against a demo, or do you think that if
Yes, I'm
this
against a
cannot be
demo.
found, so if they cannot find a home for this offsite, you don't believe it should be demoed?
Well,
Which
I'll-
is fine if you feel
yeah.
that way, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm on the fence with Connie on that.
Okay,
I'll
that's what I was
cross
trying to
that
find out, okay.
when I,
So it sounds like there's 3 people who may be willing if this is held, and Joe, where are you?
Well, I find myself getting more and more conservative with these things, and it would be a huge benefit if we just had a black and white policy.
Yeah.
Anything over 75 years is not being demoed, period.
yeah. I like
Just
that.
as a suggestion. That way, everybody knows, every realtor knows, every homeowner knows, and it's just, there's so much gray area in this conversation. And then it comes down to us that if we had a more black and white policy, then there wouldn't even be this confusion. Now, there's moves, and there's a long history of moving important buildings around the island, and the whole island is a historic district, so I'm pointing over where Holly was, it's contributing in one location. If it gets moved, it's still contributing in another location. So we really need some kind of a move policy and an anti-demo policy over a period, over a certain age. And we need to eliminate the gray area.
Okay, thanks. So I'm just gonna comment on that. So obviously in building with Nantucket and 9, there's a demolition policy. It revolves around not the date, but the significance of the structure. I personally believe that's the most relevant metric because we may have something that's 75 years old and it is decrepit and it's been decrepit for 30 or 40 years. And that doesn't, for me, hit the same notes that a structure that might be 40 years old and has architectural significance, association with an individual of character on the island, or the other criteria that the Secretary of the Interior espouses and sticks to. So I think good topic to have discussion on because there's room on both sides of it. Joe's kind of giving one side, I'm giving the side that's in the building with Nantucket in mind and the rationale behind it. I think it's a good topic that we pursue further, but for today, we are in a position where I think if you can give it one more run, I can't, the commissioners are not guaranteeing an outcome, but it might be more beneficial to you. I would also suggest that gives you an opportunity to plan your worst case scenario, look at your ground coverage, see if there is a place that this might fit. I know you've done that, but to be able to come back and say, we've looked at it in earnest and genuinely, and it's not gonna work, or hey, look, we figured this out, it would be helpful to have that too.
Well, obviously I'm gonna hold for now, but I'm gonna make a suggestion. And that's gonna help out the people that are actually looking for houses, because when you ask someone to put it in the I&M in a little thing in the corner, no one's looking at it.
Right.
So if you're gonna say, we want you to advertise it, maybe do it at the building department and at the HDC for anything that comes up that's gonna be demoed or gonna be moved, that's offered for move, have it posted right there. So anyone looking for a house goes to the building department and here are all the houses that are either be demoed or moved.
Right.
Yeah, that's
I
a
would
great
go-
idea.
That's a list that people can walk to.
Thanks, Pat. I would go one further. I think we would like a grant for the town from Remain Nantucket to put it on the front, the second page of the newspaper every week, any structure. But that's a separate, or the current, that's a
But, so
separate
I'll-
topic.
No,
Motion?
I like that. That's the motion to hold for 1 month for more advertising, somehow get word out that for 1 month.
Yep, and revisit your options there.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thanks, Pat.
On Abby's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to our fourth item on the agenda. And I am not on this one. Actually, I should be on it as an alternate.
We need to make some.
Mr. Chair, you didn't mull in for it, so
This was,
I would need the paperwork for
was
that.
this heard before?
This was heard last week. You were,
Right, but I was here for
but you
all of them.
weren't listed as an attending member, so you would have to just put the paperwork in for the
No,
Mullen.
we'll talk about that offline.
Okay.
I'm not going to go through the particular reason I stayed at the meeting on vacation was to be an alternate on every single one of these without having to alter, to mull it in.
We can talk about that
Yeah,
offline.
because that's the process. You attend the meeting, you don't mull it in because you attended the meeting. You miss the meeting, you have to mull it in, which means that you certify that you've watched the video. Thank you. Ray, this one's yours.
Yeah. Who's repping this? I forget.
Casey. And John. John's on Facebook.
Oh,
John's on FaceTime? Okay. Hi.
This is Casey Kiley, representing for East Chestnut Street and John Keene in regards to the platform lift application. John did go ahead and build the requested model, and we did submit photographs, and I believe you guys did another site visit, is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
So we're here for any questions or
Yeah,
concerns,
so
I guess?
I think everyone has received the photos that you had taken. And thanks for the mock-up. So let's see. Holly's not here.
Yeah, I could go.
No, hang on one second. So, Mickey,
Yes,
She did her
comments?
thank you. So we feel that the proposed location detracts from the historic appearance of the front of the building. The original location around the side doesn't face the street. It's really not that visible. It seems like a more appropriate place for something like this. That, you know, it's hard to judge what that's going to look like. We don't have any drawings for what that might appear as. But right on the face, right at the front door, does not seem to be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thanks. So I'm going to go to the board. Myself, Abby, let me make sure I'm reading the right one. You, Angus, and Connie. Okay, who would like to begin?
I will.
Yes, Val.
Because I've been in favor of trying this since they came in. I understand it's an anomalous thing in a historic town of many anomalous things in historic town. But I somehow think that this is more appropriate as an entrance to a building than those things that we had examples of in back of other buildings, like these little chutes and tunnels and things. I appreciate that a person can roll up or walk up and get into the front door like everybody else. And I really do think it's small enough that it really is not inappropriate, for lack of a better word. They always have a stand right there on the street in the summer where you come up and you ask, you know, can I get in, or do you have a reservation? And that, by virtue of what it is, blocks it from most of the view. So I am willing and would like to try this approach.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I could go.
Yes.
To Val's point, it could be one of those trial things where we just try it for, you know, see how it goes. But I did have this kind of silly idea. I was wondering if it couldn't blend in better if the top 8 inches, whatever, was white, and it just, you know, became part of the, what's that called? Not a
Water
court,
table?
a base, what do you call
I
that?
call that a water table, that when it runs across like that.
So that it blends in with
Yeah,
the
so that
color.
it blends in. The other thing I was wondering is, is the cover even more distracting than just seeing the apparatus, whatever it is? I mean, if that's black and I'm not sure which is best, the cover on it, or just have it there as is. But I'm going in sort of favoring it towards an approval, so.
Oh, okay, Abby, thank you. Let's see, Connie and Angus.
I'm happy to go ahead.
Yes.
So I think this photo is telling. It's a bulky, modern element that is between the street and the entry of this structure. I'm not sure where the date is, but this is in the core of our OHD. There are countless inaccessible businesses in the OHD, and I would love for all of them to be accessible. There are certainly many options to make this business accessible, starting with the backside of this landing, whether the landing extended enough to get the door swing and still be on the landing, or go through another part of the structure. But to me, it detracts from the historic structure in the core district. So I would be in favor of it being in another location other than this.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Connie?
I would be in favor of giving this a try, and, you know, seeing how it works going forward.
I'm sorry, you said, are you on? over
I
there?
am.
Okay.
Yeah, I said I would be in favor of this, giving this a try.
Okay. I would too, and it was brought up before, but at the last hearing, but it was brought up again, I believe, by Val, where, you know, in the summertime, there's a, like a reception station that's sitting between this thing and the road, which, you know, we have no jurisdiction over, I don't believe, because it's a temporary structure. Anyway, that sort of like, to my mind, makes all this work. And listen, it doesn't look historic. We realize that we have ADA codes now that we didn't have ages and ages ago, for good reason. And I do think that, I really appreciate the mock-up, because it sort of gave me an idea of the size and the runners going up. So I'm okay with this, and I think maybe we, just to be careful and prudent, we should probably roll in as our part of the motion on this, that this is being approved on a test case basis to see how it all looks.
Yeah.
But that's all I have to say.
Well, I'll try a motion then, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Val, go ahead.
I motion to approve this as they're suggesting here, and make it a test case so that we see, in fact, how it really functions and in reality what it is, and that you have to keep the hostess station exactly where it is in the summer.
Fair enough.
That's my motion.
Did you put did you?
I said a test
Yes.
case.
Yeah.
And so just for the summer, or?
No.
Well,
No,
this
test
one's for good. I mean, test case as in, people
Oh.
can't walk down the road and say, oh, I'm next door. I want
The
one too."
reception stand was just in the summer.
Oh, the reception stand.
So this doesn't have a cutoff
I'd like to
date?
say something. Is this an appropriate time?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry.
I got an approval.
Go ahead.
Well,
Hello, Fiona, how are you?
This is new.
I'm sorry, I'm at a loss because I'm away and we're on Zoom time or something. Members of the board, thank you very much for hearing our case and giving us good consideration.
Okay.
I've listened to the meeting as best I can, even though it sort of zooms in and zooms out a little bit. But again, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay,
I get
John,
it
thanks.
that what we're trying to do is something new
Hey,
in
John,
the.
Yes.
in the-
Sorry, John, Mr. Pohl has a comment.
I'm just going to say,
Go
we are in the middle of a motion right now. And the motion is going to be to approve your lift.
Counter.
Did you want to comment on the motion
is going to be to
specifically?
approve the lift. Would you like to comment specifically on the motion, is what he's saying, John?
Say that again.
You're good. Would you like to say something? Or would you, they're gonna approve the motion, John. Is there something you want to comment specifically on the motion, not on the, application itself? Thank you.
Okay, well, can I speak back to the board, please?
No.
No, the
Stop
idea is
talking.
They're politely saying no.
Making it worse.
Thank you
That's
very
my
much.
motion, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
yeah, there's a motion. Okay. Let's see, I'm going to do a voice vote on this. Angus on the motion.
Nay.
Okay, Abby,
I'm a yes on the temporary, yes.
very good. Val,
It's not temporary, it's a test, and yes,
A
I'm
te-
an
test,
aye.
Sorry.
okay, and Connie.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, back to Stephen with
Precedence.
Pops Lane.
I get all the good
Did
ones.
I? Yeah.
Okay,
No pizza.
Linda,
Harsh.
your, everybody bring your money in. You gotta have somebody be an Indian. Pole Camp, no, Welch, Pole, Oliver, McLeod, and Paul. And that'll be for all of these 3 pops, of which there are 4.
4 pops.
5, 4. Yeah, Hendrickson should be up there, but I know the Morans are up there. Hendrickson is Morans are up there.
Thought I was getting hungry. She was coming over for some of my dinner.
Checking on the pizza that's
Yeah.
out there.
Val didn't bring any snacks.
I didn't bring any today.
Yes, you did.
Okay, what do we got going on, folks?
All set? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mark Catone, representing the applicant at 3 Pops Lane. I'm going to start, and I'll try and be as efficient as possible, but I feel there were a few things that were brought up the last time we met by the Abutters representative that I just need to maybe clarify, so there's no confusion for the board as they review the applications. There's some question of the validity of the signature on the applications. The owner, Nancy Dubbock, was the one who signed the application. She is a trustee of the trust itself. And we've went back to the law firm that drafted the trust. They've provided additional paperwork to confirm that that's a valid signature. And it's been attached to this application as part of the file. There was a question of fill on the site that was raised by both the Abutters representative, but also concerns of the board member. There is no proposed fill on the site. There was a question of 24 inches plus or minus of fill to the site. There is none. It's been Concom approved without that fill that's been established now. In fact, the first floor elevation of the proposed main house is 1 inch lower than the certified elevation, first floor elevation of the house that's there today. So there is, and we provided, as we get deeper into the application, 2 cross sections as requested by the chair at the last meeting, and that confirms, again, there's no fill in it, identifies how the proposed building will sit on the property. Trim color was a question of it being platinum white. It's not platinum white. It's thundercloud gray. I brought a chip.
Platinum gray?
No, it is not platinum gray. It is a thundercloud, which is much darker. And it's a Ben Moore color. Again, that was something that was suggested by the abutters. That is not the case. It was never platinum. So it's a dark trim. There's question and concerns over the glazing and its reflectancy to Hither Creek in terms of reflecting sunlight. Be mindful that it's a north elevation, so it doesn't actually get direct light. But we went to LePage, which is the manufacturer that we've specified for the windows, is a non-reflectant glass, which is what we've added to the door and window schedule. So we did a little homework on that as well. And just a reminder, some concerns in terms of the scale of the project. This lot, other than the lot right next door at 341, is one of the largest parcels along Hither Creek. It is 3 times what is minimal required by zoning. It's over 60,000 square feet. Minimum lot size obviously is 20,000 square feet. With that, we have 3 structures: a garage, a fairly modest guest house, and the main dwelling. When you add up the ground cover for that, it's about 4,972 square feet total. That still leaves 2,000 square feet on the ground available for future build out, which the applicant has no interest in. We've designed this to what their needs are, no more. It's not certainly not a full build out of the property. Does it span east to west? It does, like many of the properties illustrate as you move eastward from this parcel. So we made notes from all the commissioners' comments from the last time we met. What appeared to be not a majority, but there were several commissioners that had concern about maybe the lack of eve forward. And we reviewed that and we looked at the context. Of course, I think next door we have an eve forward that's 142 feet in length. Our proposal is 112 in total. When we reviewed the buildings to the east, many of the buildings, about 9 out of the 14 structures are actually gable forward structures. They appear to be almost modest fishing shacks or structures, if you will, along Hither Creek. And I think going eve forward might might actually make this structure a little bit more imposing. And also mindful that this, again, is only single story. All the structures are single story. We provided some additional renderings, which I'll illustrate in a second, showing the view from a boater's perspective versus a bird's eye, which one of the commissioners had recommended. And we are at a ridge line of 19'6". That's actually slightly lower than the building that's there today by about 2 feet, to be specific. And this is not an anomaly necessarily in terms of development on Hither Creek. 11 East Street is a smaller parcel, not as much in terms of building mass and ground cover, but is significantly same number of structures on that property and a story and a half in massing. There was a question by the abutters in terms of the way we rendered and showed vegetation. The vegetation was never implied as existing ever. It's as proposed to add additional green space because this applicant's going to need a vegetative buffer between its neighbors at 4 Washington Ave, which they're completely open to now. So adding that screening is going to provide them some privacy between the properties, and that is the backdrop, hence to the structure once that is matured. Fiona, if we could move forward now to, I can just highlight the revisions that we have made to the main house since we met last. Maybe continuing on, actually, I think, yeah, we go to the, so this is the water side elevation. We've removed 2 of the slider units that were originally, you can see that up above originally here. So we've removed that unit, we've removed that unit. We have also separated the windows that are in these 2 guest rooms on this eve forward mass. And then we have separated the kitchen windows here as well, which is evident on the next page, Fiona. They can just see the rest, yeah. So we've removed this here and continuing down again, I believe. Thank you. And we moved a door from the front facade to the west facade, so it's around the corner at this point. So we've tried to significantly, actually all the glazing on this main mass now has been altered since we've met, this being our 3rd time we've met. We also, Fiona, if I can go back up one, please. We also have here, this was a glass connector. It's been infilled. It's now a natural cedar. We're just showing some vegetation or lattice that might be allow some greenery. We've also added muttons to one of the connectors here. I think we may have done that in the previous application. And lastly, maybe going to the rendering, Fiona, if we may, which is going to be one of the last sheets continuing up. Yeah, so that yep, sorry, right there. Yeah, we've rendered this now so that it is viewed from a boat. And you can see the vegetation, I think Angus had implied, or one of the commissioners, that once you see that sort of ground, the protected vegetation, it actually starts to screen the base of the structure. And it just reads, I mean, I think when you look at the neighboring structure, which you're only seeing 1/3 of in this photo, this sort of begins to work, I think, in context. It's very low lying. And we do feel that the breaking up of the masses sort of helps break up the overall structure in terms of the way it reads from the street, or from the Hither Creek. I think that's everything. The only thing I maybe the last sheet would illustrate, Fiona, I think it's our site sections. One more, maybe? No, it's going to be back up. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah, keep going. I just want to illustrate that because that had been out. Continue, there's a drawing that we're looking for, which is the site section. Sorry. Yeah. Keep going.
I think the site section's the last page.
That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it when you panned down.
It is, it's.
There it is.
Slide
Yeah.
27.
So, and just illustrating, so here we've illustrated the 2 cross sections that had been asked of us through the connector. And again, one through the areaway, which shows this sort of little walk down area, which I think Val had some questions about at the very end of the review. So there is this vegetative buffer that rolls down and provides an access into the lower level. But again, there is no fill proposed on the site. And again, Bracken has certified this elevation as designed 1 inch lower than what's there today in terms of first floor elevation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's see. No, do we have Bruce with us?
No, he was getting infused. He was doing his chemo thing this afternoon. I spoke to him.
Wish him luck on that.
And I believe the Hendrickson's going to read his comments.
Somebody's got their hand
Somebody's
raised.
got their hand up?
Yeah, Mrs.
John
Hendrickson. Do you want me to go
Hendrickson.
first, or you want to go to Hendrickson's
Why don't we
first?
go online, we'll switch.
Because
up
she's
a
got
little bit.
Bruce's comments.
Okay. And then Linda.
I think the Morans are up there too.
And then we're gonna get questions from commissioners, mixing it up a little bit today.
John Hendrickson, you can go ahead and speak.
Variety is the spice of life.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is John Hendrickson, my wife Sarah, who's not able to join today, and I own the reference abutting property to the west at 341 Nantucket Road. My comments require just 1 minute. First, the suggestion that our property is comparable to the proposed development is disturbing. The Pops Lane structures total almost twice the square footage of our home. Their main house runs lot line to lot line. Our home is well outside by 20 to 25 feet on both sides, the west and east lot lines. Our home does not have a straight line design and does have breaks and massing. We do have eaves forward design, whereas Pops Lane does not. Importantly, we have left our property completely untouched and preserved in its original state. Respectfully, the HTC should be aware of this false equivalence with our properties. Second, the plan is not consistent with the guidelines of building in Nantucket, with Nantucket in mind. Further, the plan is not consistent with property attributes required to maintain Nantucket's historic landmark status. These attributes don't just speak to preserving historic structure, but also to preserving the character and setting of an historic place like Old Nantucket. This is a concern HDC members have expressed several times regarding this application. If these plans are approved, the Pops Lane's neighbors will certainly lose enjoyment of their homes, and our Nantucket land will be harmed unfairly. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there's one more.
One more, why don't we go ahead?
Paul Moran.
Excuse me,
Paul
a
Moran.
direct abutter on the south.
Paul? Paul, can you hear us? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
I keep asking to unmute and he's not responding.
He's not muted though.
Linda, do you,
No, it's Hendrickson.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
You need to please turn off your YouTube volume, turn it down.
Yeah, he's on both. He's on YouTube and on Zoom. That's going to be a problem.
Please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, without the echo. Perfect.
Okay, all right. Bruce apologizes to you guys because he can't join you tonight due to his chemo session. But I'm going to read to you his comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm making this brief statement to summarize the comments from the several members of our Nantucket Application Review Group, the former Nantucket Advisory Board to the HDC. The proposed development of 3 Pops Lane is in the heart of Old Nantucket, within Nantucket's old historic district. It is out of character for this rural, low-density, cottage-scaled Nantucket neighborhood, which is traditionally and historically defined as being based on subdued and of low-scale designs. This development consists primarily of 2 large, out of reasonable scale components, a main house as the primary structure being a singular linear mass with an unbroken width of over 120 feet, running totally exposed along the bluff closest to and entirely visible from Hither Creek. The design serves to block the area's open viewscape tradition. There is a proposed guest house which also is designed with an inappropriate massing of more than 70 linear feet. Neither structure represents building within Nantucket's rural character in mind, nor with it being maintained. The designs are insensitive to how the existing neighboring homes along the Hither Creek area maintain a cottage basis with traditional additive massing, which is missing from the proposed structures. There is no attempt to provide variation in scale to try to break up the two structures' unbroken linear design. This proposed development is out of character and out of place for Old Nantucket. Those are Bruce's comments, and I would just like to add that as an abutter and a 50-year Nantucket landowner, this is so overbuilt and so like anything else in Old Nantucket. It just doesn't belong on this end of the island. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Linda.
Okay, I do represent the two people that have just spoken. Just a couple of things. We continue to object in the unauthorized signature. The trust information stuff has nothing whatsoever to do with this property. It was backdated on top of it.
Linda.
And so we have to put it on the record, because if this is going to go to an appeal, it has to be on the
Submit
record.
it in writing. It's not relevant to our discussion.
Yeah, you have it in the file.
I understand that.
This
I'm just
continues to
making a
create a problem with the signature on the applications, and that's all of them, because Matthew Burke is still, in this title, the owner.
Please get to the
So that's it.
architectural elements.
They've also asked me to put on the record of a possible appearance of a conflict of interest with Mr. Paul. He's got to make his own decision on this, but that has to be put on the record, that we have an issue that may be an appearance of conflict. He was a former partner of Mark Coutone, so I'll leave it at that. I've already spoken to Joe about what he can do and what, he should do to sort of rectify that. I'm back to the death by 1,000 cuts. Still not much is changing. There's been a little bit here, a little bit there. You still got these weird flat roof connectors. Most of the stuff along Nantucket, because I've done a research on it, because we are involved with Heather's Heaven, which is 3 doors away. We gave them a bunch of crap for 6 months, and it's a much more compact structure. Most of the structures, other than the one next door, are very compact. They do not have this much volume and this much development of an open space. So we're having an issue with that still. It should be broken up more. It should look like a grouping and not one linear thing, because you're, as he said before, I'll probably get up again when you get to the secondary dwelling, which still has a 24-inch grade change, and so does the garage. We've got issues with the massing. It is not typical. Ours is angled next door at the Hendricksons. It's moving decks on the Titanic, as somebody put it the other day. Well, we've used that before. When the argument is made by our clients, they picked the only other structure on Hither Creek, and I've given you pictures of the view from coming in Hither Creek. It's right in front of where you come in from the outer harbor. None of them have this long, and to pick the only other one that has any length, even though they're angled back and it's a very natural rural landscape, which this is not anymore, it's all developed, it's a big difference, and it's disingenuous to pick the only other one that's like that. 124 linear feet on top of the excessive linear feet of the secondary dwelling behind it and a little bit off to the west, as well as a garage, as well as a pool. You are seeing nothing, as were comments made at the last meeting, where you can see through it and it looks like they're not attached. That's not true. They all look like they're attached by flat roofed elements, and you've got all this behind it. There are no trees, and one of the things you're going to see, or have seen in your packet, all these lovely fluffy 50-foot tall trees. They don't exist. I gave you the pictures of how wide open this whole thing is. There is nothing that's going to hide this, because if they think they're going to plant inside the 100 or the 75 now from the Concom, that's not going to happen, because they're under the new regulations once they went through the Concom for the housing. So we've got issues with that. It's smoke and mirrors. It's not reasonably rendered when you look at the fluffy pictures. And we're having an issue with the basement cutout is still not visible, and you guys actually have asked twice that it was on the first rendering of the main house, this whole big subterranean thing. It is not shown up again, even in dotted form on any of the elevations, and that you've asked for that. We were looking at light pollution, which you guys have been concerned about before, with increased subterranean windows, full depth, by the way. So we're asking that they become responsive in more aggressive terms to what your comments have been all along. Break it up. And to say that running the eaves parallel to the creek, like the house next door at the Hendricksons, is going to overwhelm anything, that's ludicrous. Because you've asked for it to go parallel. I know Ray has brought it up a few times, to run the eaves parallel. That will actually reduce the impact, because you won't have these random gables that are fairly steep facing the creeks. They'll all run parallel to the creeks and probably reduce the impact. And we object to the color. We'd like it to be natural to weather, like a lot of them on the creeks are. And so we still object to this, and we still object to the signature, and we still object and cause concern about the appearance of conflict.
Yes, we got
We'll
that.
probably get up and talk about the other two, because that secondary dwelling is no secondary dwelling.
Okay, let's save some powder for that one.
I'll save powder.
Does anyone have any questions for the applicant's agent? Angus?
Thank you. So I was just following this line and thinking about how high you are in the water when you're on a boat. And let's say you're 10 feet up. I think that's high, but let's follow that line across. When you bring that out into the water and then you do a line from that point of view there and follow it up by the brush, I mean, unless you're much further out, the sight lines are, it makes me wonder when you, could we scroll to the straight on view from the water? I'm just wondering how, another one up. Yeah, sure.
Well, this is the bird's eye. Did you want to?
Okay, maybe the next one.
Next one, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, is this realistic of what that line is of what's exposed? Because when I'm just sort of doing the rough graphics, it looks like that line is higher than this, of there being.
Through the chair,
Go ahead, Mark.
yeah, it could very well be, Angus. I think we didn't want to take too much liberty with that and try and force the argument. We know that that vegetation does exist there, and it's protected, and it'll only continue to grow to some extent. I do think it is higher based on the cross-section, site section that we did, but it's at least that amount of screening in place, yes.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you. Okay, we'd like to begin. Again, it's myself, Angus, Ray, Val, Joe.
I can start.
Ray?
Okay, so, yes, I'm going to repeat what I said before. By the way, Angus makes a very good point. We're looking at these bird's eye views, but unless we're flying in our little private helicopters, we're not going to see it that way. We're going to see it from the water. So the fact that it's single story, like almost everything else out there, except for Millie's, which is right behind this place. My comments remain, though. I think, Mark, you defended the idea that there's a lot of gable forward structures. Yes, there are. I can see them in the photographs. But I think the difference is that yours are so close together that we get this sort of sawtooth arrangement that really, when I look at the context of Nantucket, you're not really seeing that. I mean, it's a Hugh Newell Jacobson move that I think is pretty and all that, but I really don't think that it's allowing this building to hunker in the way that its neighbors do. So I will again ask that you investigate more eve forward. I think I counted a total of 6 gables forward, all facing the water. One of those is a triple, like a stacked up triple gable. And then the other thing that I think is not necessarily working for you is the, I'm assuming that's painted wood clapboard, right? Gray painted.
No, it's all natural weather.
Oh, just the trim?
Only the trim and the door and window sashes have paint. Everything is otherwise natural to weather.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a little bit better about how that might read.
And wood
Okay,
roof.
that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Sure. Would it be appropriate just to address the appearance of conflict of interest, or should I not do that?
If you-
Just in that I filled out a form, the state ethics form, and filed it with the town clerk.
I think
and
that's fine.
So that's it. I just want to say that. And
Fair enough.
Mark and I were business partners 6 years ago, but we have no financial interest or intertwining in any way, so.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It was brought up, and you don't want that to diminish your
Yeah.
reputation necessarily.
Right. And, you know, I'm familiar with this neighborhood. I've been out on the water. I designed a house down the creek that is also on a wide lot. And it's a mixture of eave forward and gable forwards. I think I've said this 1 or 2 meetings ago, we don't see a lot of what essentially is a ranch style house. People just don't, it's not an efficient way to build. You're not getting the most dollar per square feet of ground cover. And we're constantly fighting houses going vertical and then getting wrapped with porches and things to make them look low. I mean, so here, and I didn't know the specific details, and I'll take Mark's word I'll assume that he's speaking the truth. I have no reason to think otherwise, that the structure is 2 feet less than the existing house and the floor elevation is less than the existing floor elevation. And we're looking at a structure that's less than 20 feet tall. It is wide, it does go across the property, but I think that is what you get when you don't go vertical, and I think it is in keeping with the context here. I don't disagree about all of the gables. When you start to look at them in elevation, they look stacked up, to speak to Ray's Huell-Newell precedent reference. But, you know, it's interesting that the house next door is like the exact opposite, and there's like no relief whatsoever to the eave forward, and it just feels completely out of character, in my opinion. So this is a little bit of a counterpoint to that in a way. I don't have a lot of issue with all the gable forwards. There are some contemporary elements on here. When you zoom in, I think that they've been scaled back over the course of the reviews, and we're looking at there's hardly, I don't know how many doors are facing the water when this was first submitted, but they've been greatly reduced. And I think that few of them are going to be more than 50% visible from the water. So I do hear the neighbors about it's probably a lot more ground cover than what was there, so the change has to feel dramatic. But hearing that there's 2,000 square feet of ground cover remaining, where every other property we review, people are down to 2 square feet remaining, and that's not an exaggeration. And then there's open air cabanas and all kinds of other structures that technically don't count, but do affect the visible landscape. And I think that, you know, I do think it's been sensitively designed for the neighborhood. And I have no concerns. I would support a gable rotating and becoming eave forward to soften that, but it's not a deal breaker for me. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
Thanks. So I think I'm pretty much in the same boat with Joe on this one. To Ray's point, I think that a gable could become an eave instead of a gable. But Nantucket is a horizontal landscape, and all too often we have these 2-story, 2.5-story designs that don't really respond to that. And I feel that that this really does respond to a lower horizontal massing. I wish we saw more of it, of the low scale, 1 story structures. The overall width of this is quite long, 124 feet. I feel like it's been broken up into a number of masses. It's not a monolith like next door appears. So I appreciate the reduction and separation of the fenestration. I could take revisions or not on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Val.
Okay. I think the positives are the massing, that it's one story and low-lying. That's very positive, and the colors are muted, and there's cottage corners, so that, you know, eliminates any trim. My struggles are two things, really. Three. The eave lines are all exactly the same height, so while it's broken up, it doesn't have a feel for me of a house that's evolved and been added onto. And with that in mind, the other struggle that I really have is the one-story elements, and I feel like if you eliminated two of those flat connectors and consolidated, I know they're probably really nice in the house, but it would make it feel more typical of Nantucket. And yeah, that's really what I have to say. And the black color, if that could be gray and everything is natural to weather, and maybe not change make everything shingled. Those are my comments, but I really do appreciate the bulk of the project. I think it just needs a little more finessing.
Thank you, Val. Mark, I think that leaves me, and I appreciate the single story, not a two-story, camoed by wraparound porches, the latter of which is not old Nantucket in any way. I agree with the comment about hunkering this in. To me, that revolves around four probably points, two central points being, number one, the height. Can we go to slide 27 and zoom in on the individual with long hair? I don't want to presume anything. It's not Linda. What? Can we zoom in a little more on that person? Like 2 clicks. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so with that person in mind, and the average height of a long person hair being around 5'9", I'm gonna guess. I want to talk about the height. I think given the 8-foot windows, I think in particular on the gables facing the water, and to address that comment about eaves being consistent and there not being a story told about the development of the structure over time, which is very much a Nantucket thing. And also out on Low Beach Road, I was at 101 today, and it's just tremendous how that happens, where these organic developments really bring a tremendous amount of character to the setting. The height, I think, on those gables, I could come down. Mark, I'm just gonna say it, 2 feet. You've got room. I presume those are gonna be, they're single-story spaces. They're gonna be cathedral volumes. There's a lot of space to come down. You'll help the energy cause. There's less cubic volume to heat and cool. Can we go to the next slide up? You can zoom out temporarily. Yeah, there's definitely room for a couple of feet here. I'm sorry, to the next slide. Up. The aerial image.
Wow, I didn't realize
No, that zoom out, I'm sorry, you're on the same page, yeah. Not this one, and zoom in on, nope, one down. And zoom in on that red space. Like way zoom in on that. Okay, so this kind of pulls together the other comments. Yes, look at that, single story, awesome. Problematic is the height, because when you look at this structure compared to the rest, other structures in the area, it's just so out of scale that I think, unfortunately, you're maybe the first one in a way setting the new Nantucket look, that you're not gonna cheat up to 8-foot windows and 10-foot top plate heights. It's gotta be less. So I think number one is height, number two is the gables to the water. In particular, I think you've got room for modifying those top plates, and I think that may help if studies for the eve forward don't prove successful. I'd be interested in seeing both. I think secondarily are the concept of, it is 124 foot in length, and connectors perhaps being better utilized, or more connectors being utilized, or the appearance of connectors, even though they may not be programmatically in the interior. I'm not positive that angled is really going to do it so much, but I'm willing to take a look at that. I know these sound like big crazy things, but they're really not. They're some height, moving things around, and maybe flipping some roofs. Lastly are the colors. I agree, no black, and I think the surface materials, at least at this point, should be shingled. Those are my comments.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments very much in your time. I think that we could manipulate this so that these secondary wings, whether they possess bedrooms and kitchen, those plates could certainly all come down, maybe maintaining what we call the living room mass, which is in the center. So there's some hierarchy to Val's point earlier, some manipulation of what appears to be additive massing over time, and break up that consistent line across its facade. And reduction of door heights in certain areas, maybe maintain the plate height in the main mass. But I think that's something we could certainly accommodate, and manipulation of color certainly is easy.
So what I think I'd like to do then is we're ready for a motion to hold for revisions, and then it's a question of it seems to me like so much of this is driven, the garage, the guest house are really driven by what happens here.
Yeah.
So I would ask that we hold
track?
those to track.
We can do
That's
that.
my motion.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are,
Mr. Chair, I am on Orange Street.
okay, so we are on 85 Orange Street. I want to point out for the record that Commissioner Pohl is not recused. He was not recused for any of those hearings. He is actually sitting. And I think that makes him the fifth, because there are four others: myself, Angus, Joe, Connie, and Ray. Does anyone have anything they want to add to that? You may.
I mean, right immediately before anything else, these drawings are still grossly inaccurate. The existing conditions drawings are completely off. If you want me to go into detail, I can.
No. I mean, you may, but you don't need to. I think,
Okay, I mean, I don't want to say that without basis, but I've been comparing the existing drawings with the existing photos, and I can find probably 20 things on one elevation that are all wrong. And so the reason I bring that up right now is because I don't think that it would be appropriate to be reviewing renovations to a historic building without at least knowing what that building actually looks like on paper, to see what, review it with respect to what revisions are being made.
I agree. And this is a discussion we've been having with respect to the drawings being accurate. The thing I also want to point out, and then we'll circle back to that, but the application in the packet indicates a historic determination for the main house. So can we get a clarification? Did I click the wrong link? I thought I did. not.
Mr. Chair, there was one on consent. There were two. It was the main house and the garage. I don't know what's attached to the view pack.
Okay, so those were the two on consent. Gotcha. Okay,
Right.
so then I'm going to scroll down. Thank you. Appreciate that, Kathy.
Sure.
To the front addition, correct? And So guys, where we are, I'm sorry, what's your first name again?
Chris.
Chris, that's what I thought. I think where we are is that we have drawings that aren't meeting the standard. It has been a repeated concern. The last time we stipulated that if the drawings didn't meet the condition, we weren't gonna open the hearing. I believe I asked, it was even part of the motion, I thought, was that the drawings would be reviewed by myself or the vice chair. You know, we'd get a heads up so that we could review them, just to give them a quick once over. If it seemed they were gonna pass muster, great. If it seemed like they weren't, then there would be, you know, some further determinations made. That did not happen. If I'm recollecting that incorrectly, you know, flog me, but I'm pretty sure that's where we were. We do not have full complete set of drawings, and I think what we're gonna do, Chris, is we're gonna motion to hold this over until the drawings are modified to reflect the actual existing conditions accurately. And that could be as soon as you turn them in, but it needs to be completed in order for us to move forward. That's consistent with our last motion. Is there any discussion on that matter?
Would you like me to elaborate?
Please.
Okay. So looking at the front of the building, it's clear, if we look at the roof, you've got a tall roof that goes down to the side L, and you have a diagonal sort of what would appear to be a hipped roof in between those two. That piece simply does not exist. When I look at the windows, like the window over the front door is centered in real life, but it's not on your drawings. The sizes are completely off, because right now you've got the heads of the first floor windows lining up with the top of the frontispiece of the existing door, which, by the way, is also wrong. But those windows are actually down at the level or below the level of the transom that's over the door. This would make one think that the sills of the windows on the first floor were like 4.5 feet off the floor, which couldn't possibly be true. If you look at the space between the sill of the windows on the second floor and the heads of the windows on the first floor, I'm guessing, you know, maybe 18 inches on these drawings if I were able to scale them. That's not the case. It's just like, if you look at the photographs, the size of the windows, the placement of the windows, all of those things, and, you know, the layout of the front door, which is, you know, on a house like this, quite important. Like almost nothing agrees between the drawings of the existing and the photos of the existing. So that's just what I was able to pick up, you know, just by looking at these, but not having, you know, them side by side so I could, you know, really scrutinize them. Anyway.
Can I add
Joe,
something
go
to?
ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be really helpful. This time, I think you brought photographs of the existing house. I don't think they were there last time.
Correct.
But actually having them on the PDF page, because this might sound nitpicky, but with the pages not being oriented the right way, I think we look at that front elevation. To the left of it is a photograph of that. And I think even in your office, once you put that photograph there and looked at the elevation, you'd go back and forth like this and you'd see everything that Ray's talking about. I would, it's not a requirement, but I would make the suggestion to just $5,000, you'd get this building laser scanned inside and out, and they provide the DWG files of the building all the way around, and it's 100% accurate. And at least you've got the existing conditions to be accurate, and then that would give you a great starting point, especially with complex geometry in an old house. And there are many companies out there that'll do it, and it's usually a pretty quick turnaround. And I'm mentioning them because there are other applications that we've seen here that show a street context, and it's laser scanned, and there's no doubt in our mind, because we know that that's the technology that was used. Then we know that we're commenting on a, solid foundation, pardon the pun, but, and you don't want me to make any comments on the design that was submitted?
I think I'd like to hold off on that, and just if we can pinpoint what, we're having a discussion on what needs to be modified.
Then the roof plan, I would just mention this, the roof plan that's here, I don't think it's a little bit confusing. I don't think it accurately represents the massing and.
The existing?
No, the proposed, yeah. I mean, I kind of want to just say, from a massing perspective, I feel like you're moving in the up, this is much more appropriate than what I've seen before in terms of how it compares to the existing, but without having accurate existing drawings, it's hard to make the visual comparison.
Thank you.
That's all.
Very
Thank you.
helpful, Joe. Anyone else have comments on the things to fix?
I don't have anything to add. I mean, I agree with an accurate as-built, and how many months have we been looking at this? I would encourage that.
Yeah, strongly. I just wanted to follow up on the roof plan because I had honed right in on that before. One of the things you need to do is eliminate, you've got overlapping polygons where there wouldn't be a roof plane unless somebody, was building over prior roof, which is fine, but, even in a mild mock-up level of modification, you can just paste in shapes that will block out what was pre-existing and just leave the roof plan showing the actual roof lines. So for instance, can we go to, and it'd be really great if you guys oriented your pages, oriented the materials on the pages so that they're all facing the same up, down, left, right. I think it's sheet 10, the roof. Yeah, this one. So you're not, it's impossible to understand what it is you want to accomplish. It looks like you're overlaying, this is existing, this is proposed. We would not see some or all of this, depending on what it is you're actually showing in the elevations. So the roof planes that are visible the polygons of the roof planes that are visible need to reflect what is shown in the elevations. And it's just going to be really important that we get this so we can move you forward.
Gotcha.
Because I agree with Joe, I think that some of what I'm seeing here makes more sense, but we've done too much cleanup in our comments, request for cleanup to be moving forward without it.
Can I make one more comment? The roof plane was where I went to immediately because knowing the history with the drawings, I wanted to see if the roof plane made sense, then I could make sense of the elevations. And it's really just it's a check because we don't want to approve as a board a gable and a ridge height and all that. And then you go under construction and you realize that those geometries aren't working out and you've got to make crickets and you've got shallow pitches in the field that weren't represented at the HDC meeting, and then you're here in an as-built situation. So I think the correlation between the roof plan and the elevations is important on this project in particular, also because of how you're adding to the building. It ends up being a complex overframing, and we just want to make sure that it's accurately represented in the elevations and in the plan so that we're not seeing it as it starts getting built, like, oh, wait a minute, that's not how that really actually goes together. To Ray's point, that little angled piece on the front elevation doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking for uber existing drawings, like perfection, please. Higher standard than most because we're at the point where we're gonna explode. And then in terms of the hardscape, I mean, it seems like that stuff is relatively minor and you're not going to be working on that before you're working on the structure. So I'd ask that we track the hardscape until the next meeting.
Thinking of the rear buildings, if that makes sense, but essentially it's the same. We can't though, because the site plans are effectively the same thing. So yeah, I agree to that.
All right. Yeah, and just so you're aware, it indicates rear hardscape, front hardscape. Yeah. I didn't dive into those on the agenda, which is what the sign-in sheet says. I didn't dive into the other drawings because I knew we were gonna have a problem with this one. Is it actually hardscaping or is there architectural structure?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you're gonna wanna clean
It's
that up on
both.
the submission.
But yeah,
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get a motion to, additional information as discussed here at the meeting and, in the form of drawings, and to track the rear and the front, the next two applications, rear, front, and hardscape.
So,
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Chris, you got a little bit of work cut out for you, but you're getting there.
I have a quick question.
Angus?
There's like a 8-foot high sort of haphazard fence enclosure going around the property now. So I'm just curious what that's about.
You guys are doing some type of site control?
oh, yes, it's for safety. That's a construction fence was the intent. And to be honest, would have normally done construction fencing, but it was recommended to us on the island, if you use wood, it saves money and it's a little bit less stark, is my understanding. So yeah, the intent is because the rear home is under construction, through approvals and stuff like that. So it was just while everything's on site.
Thank you.
And work is only going on that is covered by approvals?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just double checking, because we're getting some
I had
stuff.
one last question,
Yeah, go ahead,
Chairman.
Chris, quickly.
You had asked a couple times about submitting to you for preliminarily before the meeting. Is that something I should ask when I submit?
Yeah, just make a note when you do the digital submission to please forward a copy to the chair. And at my prerogative, I may lean on Ray as the vice chair to take a quick look at these, depending on what we've got going on, to make sure that we're kind of up to snuff.
Okay.
But that will save you a problem hopefully later, or at least a trip.
Just want to follow instructions.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We appreciate that. Okay, so we are now going to move on to 27 Willard.
So I'm gonna be repping that.
Okay, which was held for
This is
review.
AWOL. Yeah, it may have been held for review, and I think we made a couple of revisions.
And I'm gonna while it's topical, I think we haven't run into a problem, but you never know when that's gonna happen. We need to add something to the agenda that doesn't say recused, but says representative. Under state law, we are allowed to rep, HCC members are allowed to rep. If it lists recused, it creates a perception that's problematic because Ray is listed in the agenda as recused, but if you're recused, you cannot stand up there and talk about it. So I'm just suggesting that while it's topical, that we have another field that says representative or applicant's agent or something like that. Okay, Mr. Paul,
Yes, hi.
when you're ready.
This was to be viewed, from what Lisa told me, we made a couple of revisions. One was to space out some windows and create a situation with a dormer that faces Willard that was not an intersecting dormer. Let's see. Okay, so right here, boy, I can't read. What elevation are we looking at there, folks? That's gonna be
North.
north? Okay, so I think we spaced those windows out on the second floor, right? That's bubbled in red. If we scroll down,
It was 3 windows first.
yeah, correct, right, we lost one of them, yeah. Okay, so this dormer formerly, if you look at the prior submission, it ran into the gable to its right. So we isolated it. And I think there's another dormer on the other side that we did the reverse to. Yeah, there we're up. I think it just, oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, continue on down, sorry. Good. That didn't change, no. I think the red line is the FEMA line. And there is, we went from an individual gable to, or individual shed, the one that is now intersecting, but this is on the back side of the house, away from the road, so we thought that's where we would do one of those. Now, if we scroll down a little bit more, we produced some perspective views with our CAD. So this is one. Our building is seen sort of back just to the left of that telephone pole. Existing building is in the foreground. One of the major questions, concerns, was the fact that the larger gable is actually in the back and the lower, smaller gable is in the front facing the road. But what we sort of think is going to be the reality of this is that when you're on the road, because of the laws of perspective, you're not going to be conscious of the fact that the back is a larger, somewhat larger gable than the front. And we like the fact that we have more articulation and more scale in terms of dormers and that sort of thing happening on the front side rather than on that back side. So there's one perspective if we scroll a little bit, but let's wait for Fiona. This is taken sort of between the two houses. We saw the house in front, it's closer to the water, and now we're kind of looking between the two houses at the same thing. Again, point of this perspective is to show, well, it's very hard from this perspective to determine that the back gable, the one that's further away, is taller than the one in the front. So that was why that. And then we have a third one, because there was a question about the dormer on the back. Oh, sorry, that's head on, but if we continue again, this one is actually taken from the street behind, which is, what is that? Is that Walsh? Somebody made the observation that looking at the side, Willard? Oh yeah, Willard, okay. So looking between these two buildings that aren't ours, at our building, which is the darker one in the background, you can't see the full extent of that dormer on that side of the house. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Now, there were comments Holly had submitted. I presume everyone has read those. You didn't have questions on them. Do you have any questions for the applicant's agent at this point? Joe?
No, I don't. I was going to say Mickey was in the
Okay,
queue.
yeah. And then, Mickey, have you guys
Yes,
got any?
we do, yeah. Thank you. So, our only concern is what Ray just brought up, actually, is the relationship between the front mass and the rear mass. I mean, typically the front mass would be larger and the rear would telescope down a little bit as an additive mass. This could be pretty easily corrected. You could literally raise the front plate, you could lower the rear plate a little bit and kind of flip that relationship. It's in building with Nantucket in mind. It's the main mass should be the dominant mass, and the additive masses should be in the back, and they should be subordinate. I'm not really sure I'm going to agree with his concept that you don't really notice that from different angles. I think it'll be quite evident around that curve on Willard Street. I think that'll be fairly clear. And the other issue was the dormer that does face Willard Street is a pretty long dormer. That should be broken up into two separate dormers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, I didn't announce at the beginning, or maybe I did, myself, Val, Angus, Connie, and Joe. Who'd like to begin?
I will.
Val.
I appreciate the changes, and I haven't had a concern with this since it came in. I think it fits into the neighborhood, and there's some unusual and quirky things down there with buildings, so I'm 100% okay with this.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Connie?
I have to agree with Val. I'm also in favor. No concerns.
Angus?
I agree with the point of view and the guidelines about the main mass, which would be that front one, being a larger a larger mass, or at least appearing that way. And when you look at the south elevation, it's a little bit of the tail wagging the dog. I do appreciate the pulling back of the shed dormer on the front and articulating just the dormer around the windows. I think that's very successful. And I think that it takes away sort of that confusion of, was this a long hip dormer, not hip dormer, but a shed dormer that had a gable built into it, or vice versa. So I appreciate that revision. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Joe.
I appreciate the revisions, and the perspectives are very helpful in explaining that the mass in the back being stepped up really won't be, it's not going to be overpowering for sure, and it looks like would even be visible from the most primary view. And even if it is visible, there's a lot of quirky things that happen on Nantucket with buildings that are built over time, and I don't think everybody followed the rule that the back necessarily had to be stepped down. Sometimes they're shifted, and sometimes they're taller, and it doesn't seem egregious, and it's just enough to make it look like this isn't a new structure. So I think I'm fine with the quirkiness of it as drawn.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So what are my thoughts? One, I appreciate the perspectives, very helpful. Modifications, were good. I think that the concept of the building with Nantucket in mind resonates with me, and the primary mass should be the taller mass. However, I don't believe that the design is inappropriate, and I think that given the context, the location, the perspectives, that it's approvable. If you all were willing to address, take a look at the switch, raising a top plate, lowering a top plate, I certainly would not have a concern with seeing that again, but I'm not going to hold it on that point. So, do you want to make some changes in height, or?
We could certainly raise up the front gable. I guess my own view is that if I had a small house in the foreground that was blocking a larger house in the background, I'd be in favor of the smaller house, because it's actually masking a larger volume. Now, listen, I mean, the fact is, when you drive down Main Street, started out with a big house, and then there was additive massing. That is absolutely, that's building with Nantucket in mind. That is the way most houses were built. I think in this particular case, I actually did look at it for a little while, flipping the two, and I said, but that's putting the bigger mass, the big mass is now hiding the small mass. And I mean, frankly, I'd rather have the small mass hiding the big mass, and that's one of the things that perspective does for us. So those are just my thoughts. I'll do whatever the board.
I'd motion to approve as submitted.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks, Joe. Just real quick comment. I think I'll second that motion for the purpose of discussion. You make a good point. I think it's relevant. This isn't Pleasant Street, where you're going to have house styles that are all the taller mass in the front, additive mass in the back, or Orange Street or something like this. This is much less formal area where I think it's conducive to having a little bit of a change up in the standard approach to big in the front and smaller in the back. So that was helpful. And Joe's motion is to approve as submitted?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got no one online, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries
Thank you,
unanimously. That moves us on to 11 Pine Street. Ray, you're not on this one? Okay. Or you are? I don't see you listed.
11 Pine, I don't think I'm actually on it.
Okay. Guys, I'd like to, I need a bio break. And since We don't have an alternate chair on this one, and we have.
Hello, everybody. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
5, 6. We have 6 people. Is anyone opposed to a 5-minute break
Not at all.
No?
or 7 minutes? Okay, let's take a
Half
7.
an
It's the
hour.
last offer.
An hour, and we'll go grab some pizza at Fairgrounds before it's gone.
Sounds good.
Okay. Do we have another tablet here? let's make sure we have. Yeah, that was really sweet.
My pleasure.
You're a gem.
Stone.
You're a gem.
Gemstone.
Which one?
Delaware used to be referred to as the Dodger Street.
Really?
It was gem on the streets.
No.
Seriously, like Caesar Rodney or something. That was quite some time ago. 250 years ago.
So I put up in the corner a Mounting Mouse.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, 11 Pine Street, we're back in business. That's perfect. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Are you going to be steering?
I would love to steer. I think I can.
Okay, so we'll share with you if we haven't already. You share with us, rather.
I already have permission, I believe. So you just tell me when you see it, please.
We see it.
All right. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
All right, great. So as a reminder, the next 4 applications are together. They are the renovation and fenestration changes to this existing house at 11 Pine. They are the demo of the garage sitting next to it, for which we've come back with some additional information. The new garage that replaces it, that's just slightly bigger, and then a shed in the backyard that we've made some revisions to. The board's recommendations in the last meeting were extremely reasonable, and we've made essentially all of them, I believe. So I'd like to sort of walk through that. Just as a quick reminder, our sort of primary focus here is on the interior, but we're making some fenestration changes to really clean up some of the oddities of this building that I know many of the board is familiar with, most notably the front door and what happens with this side mast. So I will walk through some of the changes to the main house and then take any questions if you have them. These photos included with the main house application apply more to the garage and its rotting state, but we can review those in a moment. On the front elevation, east facing Pine, we've made changes to the design of the front entry door. It's now a solid 6-panel door with a much less bulky casing and pediment at the top. And for our client's request, we've kept a transom window above that door. So we've given sort of a simplification, but still a little bit of a modification to that front entry door. So it's a 6-panel door with a little transom window above. It picks up the head height of the windows on the first floor, but then adds that little transom. We think it's quirky and works really well. We also respaced the 3 double hung windows on this right mast per the board's request to add a little bit of additional shingle between them. Coming around to the, yes?
I don't mean to interrupt your flow by any.
That's fine, go right ahead.
But I think if there's anything like highlight major change, because, we eat with our eyes and we're looking at this and it's pretty clear the modification. So unless you think there's something that needs underscoring, like maybe what your thoughts were with on the rear window on the north.
Sure, I'll jump
right in. Yeah.
Sure, I'll jump to that. I mean, all the other windows which were mulled have been separated for consistency with that change in the front. And then in the rear, where the board had concerns about this window in the north, we took your suggestion and lowered it by a full light to align with the small picture window next to it. It's even less visible from the side yard because of that height change, and we think it's completely fine as redesigned. So for the main house, that's it. That's the high level overview of what we've changed.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Holly did provide comments. I presume everyone has read them. Do you have any questions? And then I'll go to Mickey. Any questions for Michael? No. Mickey, do you guys have comments?
Sure. Simple ones. So on the south elevation, you're looking at it right now, the lower elevation there. Those windows are separated, but they really need a little bit more shingles between them. There's just barely a narrow strip there. And the stacked French door is still an issue. I mean, even if it's just a little visible, it's going to be a problem. So that really should be addressed. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, Connie, and Joe is our alternate. Who'd like to begin? Go ahead, Angus.
Thank you. So I appreciate the move of the door. I think I've already expressed that before, and the separation or the addition of the window for the three facing out onto Pine Street in the east elevation. My primary concern at this point is still the two-story fenestration on the north elevation. I had a feeling about the visibility of this, so I went up to Summer Street and looked through there. So anyone who wants to see a photograph through there of the existing eave and double window on the second floor is welcome to look. But that's visible and inappropriate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Val?
I agree with everything that's been said.
Okay. Connie?
I appreciate the changes, but the last time I had concern over that north elevation with that double stacked French door, and I do agree. I think it is visible, and I still have concerns over it. Thank you.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Joe?
I'm not sitting on this, I don't think.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at 27 Willard.
I think it's me.
Abby?
Nothing to add.
Okay. I'm gonna buck the trend. I think that, excuse me, I'm eating the scrumptious dark chocolate with sea salt caramel.
Sounds delicious.
If you're at home, folks, go to the Stop and Shop, not to what aisle these are in. You're gonna thank yourself. All right, excuse me. I'm a horrible person.
It's sticky.
It is, it's part of the charm of this little candy. I think that this is a atypical window element on the north, the French doors. Look, as Diane would say, is it a door or a window? If it looks like a door, it's a door. If it walks like a duck, it's a duck. So nod to her on that. However, it is on the north elevation. I understand there may be some visibility, but we actually have windows that go, large picture windows that are not on a first floor or a second floor, and they split the difference in other areas of the historic district. I'm not telling you that to convince you, I'm just telling you that's my rationale. So those are our comments. What do we want to do?
I'd make a motion to hold for a revision with that.
Can I add something before you vote, if possible?
Okay, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, we understand that there might be very limited sightlines through to this backyard. But some of the additional photos we submitted in the first round show that it's really limited. It's in an inside corner. It's lower than the ridge on the Pine Street side, and lowered even more given the change recently. We just don't really feel like this is inappropriate, and there are other examples of double height units like this in the very near vicinity. We could provide numerous examples of that to the board for consideration. So we just think that it's not a very loud statement in the very rear of this building on the inside corner, and if there's support, we'd love to proceed with it.
Okay, Michael, I think if there's going to be support, you're going to have to make it happen. And what I mean by that is, come laden down with these images that you've talked about, and I would say some imagery of the back if someone hasn't had a chance to view it, what the sight line is. You might be so bold as to put some marking tape up on that wall before you take the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And And then come in with an alternate, because if you don't sway enough members, then you're going to need to have something.
Can I share the additional photos that we have from Summer Street?
Do we think that do you guys want to entertain that now, or? I mean, I don't have an issue with it, but Angus, go ahead.
I mean, I've got a photograph right here that I'm happy to pass around, but it shows the second story wall and windows that are there now, so you can see it from Summer Street. So I don't know what photos would be provided, but I think the suggestion of providing, well, we do have a policy of not using precedent, but
We do?
we,
Every application is.
but
I'm thinking of
it
a
might be
house on
helpful
Hussey Street.
to have perspectives, just sort of like you've done this aerial photograph that has the sight lines and then what those pictures are. You could do the same with other examples that you're using as inspiration for this fenestration.
This was, I don't know if you can see the screen, but this was the supplement that we provided in our original presentation, which includes views, the limited views we were able to get of the house through from Summer Street that shows that, yeah, you can see the front gable, that inside corner is just around this corner, but that all the other views through past the garage, past the mature trees of that inside corner are really blocked by the garage, which is remaining as a new structure, the existing trees, the existing buildings around it. So we tried to show how limited the visibility was in that supplement. And yeah.
Michael, thank you. And I think what I'm going to suggest is what I just suggested, which were precedent photos. Obviously, the HCC is making its decisions on a case-by-case basis, but we can be informed by prior implementations. Number one. Number two is, on second thought, get some marking tape. I don't know, a bold fluorescent orange, and put it up where, staple it to the shingles where the window, the French door outer frame is going to be. And let's also put this on a view and we'll see what we can see. That eliminates as John McLaughlin would say, provide us pictures, and then he would say, the picture is always taken to the advantage of the applicant.
Is there any precedent for approving the rest of the application and holding just this unit? Our actual schedules is sort of
You're gonna,
dependent on
as
this.
a procedural matter, what would happen is you would have to resubmit. So if you're okay with that, because we can't do a COA approval and then hold it back. Like you would have to submit an amendment. We can approve it without that, and then you could resubmit to amend the COA. Or
Would
for
the board be willing to approve them as separated, doors separated from the windows, and then we can return for an application showing what we want and the viewing with the tape on the wall or something along those lines?
I think, I don't want to make this too complicated. I think that if you're saying eliminate the French door double stack on the north elevation from an approval, we can have that discussion. If we have that discussion and approve it, you're going to need to come in with either to amend the COA or just a new fresh COA for the doors.
Yeah, I think if there's something that the board is willing to approve tonight, we'd be happy to take that so we can proceed with our schedule, which is a little tight at this point, and return with modifications to try to achieve this.
Okay.
I don't know if there's suggestions by the board, but we could do that.
Let me see where we are with that,
I'll
Michael.
try to make a motion.
I was going to, okay.
Go ahead.
So I would make a motion to approve as submitted, except the north elevation, the French doors remain at the lower level, but a number or an A window would be centered above them. Above the French doors in the same line as the other A windows on the second floor.
And that would be an Exhibit A, Angus?
Yes,
And that would be the north elevation without prejudice?
that's correct.
Okay. So,
Aye.
thank you, Val. On the motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that carries. And then Michael, just address that as a new COA application.
Right, so we'll resubmit the approved with a change as a revision to previous certificate. That's what you're
Yeah,
suggesting.
you're going to get your Exhibit A as a result of this meeting, make the modifications, you're ready to roll, and then if you want to do something different, you know the procedure there, okay?
Sounds great. Appreciate the
Okay.
flexibility.
No,
if it's okay, it could be one of these doubles. That's on the
I think
side.
that was part of the original motion. You can put it as an option.
Yeah, if it was two-way windows, just like the ones in the back, it would be even better.
Okay. Yep, that's what we just determined here.
Yeah,
So-
good with that.
Great.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the demo of the garage application.
Yeah, so that's great. The demo, which was held to track, we submitted we went back into the structure and submitted some detailed photos, which I brought here, to really reiterate that we don't consider this structure viable to save. The bottom plate of the garage is almost 12 inches below the dirt line, and there's dirt spilling into the structure behind this board, which was put up in multiple locations where the structure has rotted out, and most of the joists at that level are rotted out. So I know the board's concern was whether this structure should be salvaged rather than rebuilt. But our builder does not consider this structure salvageable, and we've provided a bunch of additional photographs of the inside to show that.
Okay. Okay, you all have read, I presume, Holly's comments, and there were no questions. Mickey, do you guys have anything?
Yes, please. Thank you. So the proposed new garage and the old garage appear to be very close in size and design. The existing garage looks like it was built from recycled materials, and this should be rewarded and encouraged. It appears to be in reasonably good shape and could easily be reused. We shouldn't just be tearing down usable structures just because we want a new building. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mickey. The board is the same board, and who would like to begin? Well, actually, I have a question. Michael?
Yes.
Is there some reason we as in you guys are not repurposing the existing structure? Could you tell us what that's about?
Yeah, I mean, the two reasons being, one, there are many elements of the structure that are not in great shape, although there are some, there's some lumber in this structure that could be salvaged and reused for sure, to Mickey's point. There's many elements that are not. The homeowner would like a new garage, which will last a much longer time to be built and to be slightly larger. So our proposal is an ever so slightly larger structure, which meets their needs better, but with new materials rather than using all of this somewhat rotten material.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that information.
Yep.
Let's see.
I'll go.
Val.
Well, I'm struggling with this because we've made people keep garages that were less than adequate and work with them. So at the very least, I think we could require the reuse of some of the material.
Yeah, and we'd be happy to do that. We'd be happy to try to recycle what's available. in this
Michael,
structure.
I'm gonna suggest that this is gonna be much quicker and less painless for everyone if you just let us roll.
Sure.
And I agree with Joe. I think we need to come up with a policy.
We have one, folks. I'm gonna direct you to building with Nantucket in mind. But we can always put it on the agenda to discuss. If we are succinct in processing our comments and we actually have time at the end of a meeting, so a little discipline go a long way. I know I'm the bad guy for saying that, but it's true. Okay, Val commented, Angus.
So I've studied the photos, thank you for providing those, and I've actually looked in the windows, and it's so refreshing to look inside and see framing, some old, some new, but nearly all of the sheathing are random width boards, and I believe Holly had noted that there was a structure here historically, and it's just a guess, but maybe they reassembled it with those supplies. So it reads as a much older structure than otherwise might be thought. So I would much rather it be made use of. I do appreciate that lower photo where the dirt, the ground is where the framing is, but other than that area, it really does look to be in decent shape, certainly good enough shape to make use of. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
You know, it goes back to our previous applicant. I'm not entirely in favor of demoing this garage. It does look like materials can be reused. So and the garage that's proposed is pretty similar. So if we could reuse the materials, I would be more in favor than just right out demoing this structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby?
I agree with what's been said.
Okay, so my comments are, we have guidelines for demolition, and I think that this is not a candidate for being salvaged simply based upon its age. However, I agree, we don't want to just see these buildings, carted off to the landfill. I am comfortable that this is a candidate for deconstruction and reuse to the extent the materials can be reused. I think that would be appropriate. Those are my thoughts. What do we want to do, folks?
We want the chocolates passed back.
We want the chocolates. So smart. Gotta come, there's a toll. Okay, focus. Daniel-san, what do we want to do? Is there enough appetite for reuse of materials or no?
I've got that appetite.
Okay, so I would ask for a motion from, now that the chocolates have made it back.
Hold for revisions that would,
I didn't say it, Bill. Hold on.
what, I'm making a motion to hold for revisions that show making use of the existing structure.
Or if you're of a mind, we can make it a condition of the approval written in. Condition restriction, circle those on and write in. Reuse any reusable, deconstruct and reuse any reusable materials.
And we will accept that condition happily. So, great.
It's up to you. It's your motion. I'm just.
Yeah, I'd rather leave it as I did because it could end up being 3 boards.
So, okay, then this is where I wanted to go with this. It seems like there's a right answer with respect to the amount of reuse versus anything that can be reused must. The problem is that with either of them, it's an honor system.
Yeah.
So if we say 50%, there's no way to police that. If we say reuse everything you can reuse because it's reusable, we might get more than 50%, but it's still not policeable. So that's the only, I'm just giving you the rationale.
So what the reasoning is, one is to pretty much keep the structure and improve on it. The other is to dismantle it and make use of whatever pieces want to be used or can be used. And so I think that that's a difference that it'll make a difference in how much of the original structure is used.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, I want to beat this poor horse. I'm just struggling to understand that, like, specifically, what are you asking them to provide in terms of additional information or like drawings showing what materials are going to be salvaged, or I'm just trying to hone this down.
Sorry, so just any fenestration changes to show that being implemented in the existing structure rather than the existing structure being demolished and a new structure being built.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying it was okay to deconstruct it. You're not saying that.
I would prefer for this to be rehabilitated rather than removed.
So the motion is to revisions to show the extent, if I may, and correct me if I'm wrong, the extent of what materials will be used or retained in a rehabilitation scenario and to rehabilitate the structure. Is that essentially it?
Yeah, well, the motion is to, excuse me, is to show revisions to an existing structure rather than a proposed new construction.
Okay, but it's a demo application, so we need to act on the demo.
I guess it would be,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Very, very briefly, Michael, we're struggling
Honing
here
in.
ourselves. We don't want to add to it.
I know, I'm just saying, if the structural engineer on this project was to come evaluate this structure item by item, we could determine which items were still usable and structurally sound, but I'm afraid that we can't, like, it'd be impossible to know that right now without that evaluation. And I'm afraid that asking to salvage the structure would result in very little salvaged material.
Michael, I hate to belabor this. I think where we are, because we don't have a consensus on the motion even necessarily, and it may behoove us to hold this for additional information. You, Michael, understand that some members want to rehabilitate the structure. Some members are okay with deconstruction, reuse. You need to kind of weigh that out with a response. And I would suggest that one element of that response be identifying the materials within the structure that are reusable through a structural engineer or otherwise. That's, up to you. The weight of it is, no pun intended, will be carried by whether it was a structural engineer or not. I presume that will carry some weight.
Does anybody remember the date of that?
1987.
87, that's, yeah.
Yeah, Holly said it may have been, it's
Maybe
older, but it may have
older.
been a move on
Yeah.
from a different location.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we, or do we want to go with a rehabilitation drawing? What do we want to do? Because Angus did have the floor, so I'm not trying to.
So the motion was to hold for revisions to the existing structure.
Okay, so we got a motion and we're gonna vote on it, and then we're gonna go from there. Because that's how Robert's rules work. So Angus's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
So were you opposed? No. Yeah, so three to two, Val, myself, Connie opposed. Can I get a motion to hold for additional information, being to identify elements of the structure that can be reused, and we'll take it from there.
I'm struggling with this because we don't seem to be consistent in this area. And that's the problem that I'm having. I wouldn't mind I get it, build a new garage, but use some of the old material.
Well, then maybe we go back to the comment that was made by someone earlier, saying that this is a candidate for deconstruction and reuse, because it is not, under our guidelines, necessarily a structure that we would automatically consider being something we would not demo. So is there maybe?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so that would be to reuse, a condition restriction to reuse whatever material, deconstruct and reuse whatever materials can be
Yeah,
reused.
deconstruction, reuse. Is it demo?
Yeah,
don't wanna
I
use
mean,
that, but-
well, no, a demo is they're literally demolishing it with a,
Yeah, deconstruction, they're taking it apart and reusing the materials.
that's reusable.
Yeah.
Okay. On Abby's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, new garage.
Great. The new garage, which sits in the location of the existing garage, is ever so slightly larger and pulled a few feet back from the existing location to align with the face of the building instead of sitting, I believe, 3 feet in front of it. The elevations of the existing garage, I'll zoom in here, have carriage doors instead of the existing roll-up doors. The elevation facing the house is a person door and 2 double hungs. The elevation facing the garden on the other side is these 3 double hungs to bring some light in where the car is being parked, and a little dot window in the back. The trim matches the existing garage, the roof pitch matches the existing garage, and the size, again, is scaled up just a few inches. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Let's see, same board. And let's go with Mickey comments.
Yes, thank you. So on the front elevation, if you could just zoom in on that front.
Yes.
So that's a typical swinging batten door. That's great. But typically batten doors aren't paneled. They don't have the frame around them. So I think if that frame could be removed and have a simple panel door, that would be an improvement. And also all of the elevations show what might be referred to as a water table wrapping around the bottom of the shingle course. It kind of makes it a little fancier than need be. The shingles should just drop down to grade. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Val?
Michael,
Yes.
make the doors out of some of the old material.
Good one. Okay. Anything else, Val?
No.
Let's see. Angus?
I would second Mickey's comments about the plank door just being planks and not a frame around it, and getting rid of the water table. That's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I agree with that, what's been said.
Okay, Connie?
I also agree.
I agree with what's been said, both the water table, the picture framing, the doors, and you reusing some of the materials maybe on the doors.
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, all in favor, that'll be an exhibit.
Can I ask one question?
Briefly.
Can you, I feel like stipulating that the reused material is used on the doors is going to be limiting in our use of the salvaged material. It would be better to keep it generic, so you're asking us to use the salvaged material wherever possible.
That was just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Got it. So it'd be better not to have that as one of the
It would
conditions.
have some character.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're just gonna do this as a restriction conditions. It just goes on the COA and then it gets taken care of. Abby, will you mind writing
Sure.
that up? All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. New shed.
Great, thank you. The shed I will review in the site plan here was reviewed in the last, you can still see my screen, correct? Was reviewed in the last application. The board had suggestions that we show a little more context on the landscape plan to show that it's partially screened from the street, which we've done. There's this sort of hedge and a gate coming through, but also that we remove the French doors on the east elevation that were facing the street. You can see the existing and new. Existing had the the previously submitted had the two French doors and a pergola. That pergola has been removed off the side, and the French doors facing the street have been changed to a single double hung window per the board's request. That's effectively the only change to this structure, and we think it's quite appropriate back in the garden.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
Mickey, you guys got anything?
Yeah, the only thought is that's a pretty big window for the little shed. Maybe make it a little smaller. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, who'd like to go? Val?
I think the changes are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Abby?
Go to somebody else, please.
Go to somebody else, please.
Yeah, I was just writing that up.
Oh, no, that's fine. Let's see. Angus?
I appreciate the revisions, no concerns.
Connie?
Same.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna buck the trend there. Abby?
I'm good.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On Val's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We are now on to 4 East Lincoln.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks, Michael.
Good evening, everybody.
Who?
Mr. Chair, may I ask if the preservation planner's comments be read?
Yeah, hold on a second. Holly's comments, preservation planner's comments. So this is, let me just make sure, 4 East Lincoln Ave, infill dwelling, FEMA resilient Nantucket elevation cert and format map have been submitted. New dwelling 1 3/4 story. Appreciate the changes in the example photos. Looking at the streetscape, the revisions show an infill dwelling that incorporates the mixture of buildings, forms, and styles within the neighborhood. Gable sheds and height overall. Could use some additional massing, but this design is appropriate. Okay. Do you want to add anything to that, or you want to let that ride and I'll go right to Mickey?
Well, actually, I would like to add a few
Okay, go
minor
ahead.
things. We've been working with you guys to get what you were looking for, and I think we're pretty close to that, hopefully. We added the shed dormer across the front and a small gable over the front door, which harkens back to the gable in the garage and gives kind of a little wink and a nod to the Victoria that's next door. And there's some photographs of an example of it as well that I've submitted along with the application. And again, it's we've kept it pretty, where we were 4 times ago. And thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Stephen? Mickey?
Yes, so the what's labeled right there, that elevation, I think that would be much simpler. It's a little busy, that dormer with the gable interrupting the roof eave line. This would be probably simpler and more palatable if that was just a simple shed dormer without the gable. And then I would also drop the plate height to get the windows to tuck up to the eave. And yeah, that was it. There's an alternate version that Steve has elsewhere, but I think this is a more appropriate one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dale?
My concern with this was that it's so steep and it touches the roof walk. And the precedent photos that you showed show that the gable is smaller in height than the actual dormer it's cut into in the 2 that have dormers. And the other 2 are like a separate gable mass. So I could go with just a straight shed, or to make that gable somewhat less, make it subservient to the dormer that it's in.
We
Do you
could do
understand
that.
what I'm saying?
We could do that. We could change,
Like the
lower that
pictures you
gable a little
gave
bit.
us?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Let's see, Abby?
There's something foreign about this design to Nantucket for me. It might have to do with that gable. If that could be softened or lowered, or I think Mickey said a shed, I think it would relate more. It just seems like a mishmash of different styles. I'm not sure the shutters on the first floor are helping. Maybe those, it would just be simpler, quieter, and then you'd get rid of that gable holding up the roof walk if that were to be softened or made a shed. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ray?
Yeah, boy, my comments are identical to what's been said. Ideally, shed all the way across, barring that smaller gable interrupting the shed. That's it.
Thanks.
Oh, I did like Mickey's comment about the removing the shingle course between the eave of that shed and the window heads.
Yeah.
Angus?
Same thing, bring the eave down to the head and get rid of the gable. It's, this is a really typical design in this area to have the shed go all the way across, and I think it confuses things and sets up, with how much fenestration there is, it sets up a weird sort of blank wall area above and to the sides of the doors that I think really sort of goes away if the gable goes away. And I would look at the shutter situation, whether it's going to be on both floors or not at all, but I think it's odd to do both, half on, half off. That's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. That leaves me, I actually preferred the prior. There needs one extra shutter, but other than that, I agree with the comment. If we're gonna, it seems like you've got the support for this alternate north elevation, and I agree with the only comment I'd add to that is agreeing about the shutters. I think that those would probably go. And I am a little concerned, you've got, we're going with this more advanced frontispiece, a asymmetrical covered porch on what the structure with the dormer up there wants us to be like a kind of a country. There's one on Pine Street. There's one on, there's another one on Pleasant Street across from Silver Street. It's yellow, I think.
Yeah.
It just, this has a level of sophistication that I think that kind of simplify, not to be pointed at all, but just, I think that a simplified gable or a simplified shed roof on this structure is too simple for the rest of the structure. As a result of that, I think the previously submitted north elevation is more appropriate, subject to the gable forward on the left as you're facing it, the second floor window that's missing a shutter having a shutter. Those are my comments. And the other thing I'll just say while I'm on it is, I think that the one on the previous north elevation, that would be a great opportunity for clipped gables all the way around, and that would fit in with that area.
You mean cut off those two?
Just clip gables, yep, do. It would change the proportion of that structure, the perception of the proportions of the structure, softening the gables. And, sorry, Stephen, I think you have the support for the alternate north elevation, so I'm just gonna snip that in the bud now.
Well, Mr. Chair, we would entertain that. We would entertain the alternate on the left-hand side, absolutely, with the double gables that you had mentioned before. As far as the clipped goes, I'm not really sure, but I mean, it does fit in with the rest of the neighborhood that's down there. And just down the street, you had approved a full two-story gable right on the road. So that's not far off from where we are, which is set back where you guys want it to be.
Okay, hold on one second, Ray.
Okay, so Stephen, I understand your concern about just going straight across with a shed, but it seemed like things were moving in that direction and that we were really close. So I'm gonna actually hazard a motion, see where it goes, just to kind of
go for it,
save time here. Okay, so my motion would be to approve the revisions with the dropping of the center gable on the north elevation by a foot, and the eave of the shed to drop down such that it meets the head casings of the windows.
Agreed.
That would be my motion. I think that might actually get us to where
Is
we
that
want
just
to be.
1 foot? Is it just 1 foot or is it lower than?
I just kind of pulled the foot out of the
Yeah, you
hat. you
maybe
know.
just point to where it should.
Oh, okay.
So not,
I would suggest come down to here, which would, bring these ends
Yeah.
in and bring that whole thing down so that it's not touching the bottom of the roof wall, like Val pointed out.
Yeah, I do.
So that's the motion. I mean,
All right.
see what happens.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
You are an aye on the no, or?
On the no, yeah, for the reasons
Okay,
stated.
so 3 to.
3 in favor, 2 opposed, for the record, Angus and Stephen.
Right, okay.
Mr. Chair, is that an Exhibit A or just make the change?
I believe that,
I can draw up an Exhibit A.
Mr. Pohl,
Thank you.
Chairman
Yeah.
Pohl's motion was an exhibit A.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl.
Yep.
Okay. Now we are moving along. 36 Tennessee Ave. Good evening, Matt.
Good
It's
evening.
myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Val Mullen.
if you need me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we need you.
We're in Tennessee.
Were you on? 36?
Yeah, okay, just.
This is just going down there, right? I think it might have already been done, but. Matt, when you're ready, don't let my housekeeping over here get in the way of progress.
Okay, I'm ready. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this a few times, and so the last thing that the board had asked for was some imagery from the creek, which we were able to get, that was from this summer, which we've included in our packet. Hopefully you had a chance to see that, and I'll scroll down to that. But most of the comments were relegated towards the rear elevation, which is the north, just to demonstrate and see what's visible from the creek, because again, if you look at the GIS maps, you'll see that the house is pretty well screened from any public way or most public ways, so it's not really visible from the street side. So the visibility in question was from the creek. And so these photographs were taken from a video from the summer, and it does, and so obviously that's the existing structure, which I believe is taller than our proposed. In this point of comparison, we have a site section that shows the topography of the site and our best estimate of the vegetation, and it's the two varying types. There's some seagrass and some taller brush there. So I guess what this demonstrates to me is that the first floor is really not going to be visible from the creek, certainly not from any public way. So that's something that you had requested. And then as far as the revisions, there were on the rear, which is the north elevation. And so you'll notice on the first floor, we had triple windows flanking a set of double French doors. We eliminated those to just 2 windows. Again, I don't think that it's going to be very visible. And then the other change we made was to the railing detail. I think that the previous iteration, it was intended to be fairly thin mahogany horizontal balusters, I guess you could call them. And we've since just changed those to just 3/4 by 4 horizontal with a 3.5-inch spacing. So we just thought that the vertical baluster might look kind of too traditional, and the horizontal is a little bit of an homage to the Nantucket area. And then we've also got just some perspectives for your, if you had any questions about how that might look. Again, the trim detail, the colors are gray, and we want this house to really kind of disappear into the landscape. And so with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant's agent? Okay. Abby, did you have Nantucket
So
work
I
group?
happen to have Bruce Mandel's thoughts on this. It's still completely out of character for Nantucket Historic District. Cantilevers not in keeping with neighborhood's classic cottage ambiance, massing and large glass expanse, etc. Holly also makes good points which shouldn't be ignored. It's in the village height overlay district, and it toys with the 25-foot height restriction by implying the ground contour is the original level and unchanged, which isn't so, even though the designer drew it that way. Supposed to be measured from the lowest contour point, which this doesn't do. At 2410 plus or minus, it's doubtful the construction will be that precise. A viewscape grab shouldn't create precedence to allow that the height in this neighborhood of a low cottage like ridges just to grab a viewscape. This applicant went over height on a couple of Starbucks
I don't wanna
projects. Okay,
go
yeah,
there.
let's skip that. Easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to get permission. I kind of like that quote. To skirt the village height issue.
Just the
That's it.
architectural elements,
Yeah.
please, Bruce.
That is it.
Thank you. He even gets me when he's not here. Bruce. Okay, who'd like to begin?
Well, I will.
Val.
So I think the color is good. The height is okay because it does conform to the 25 feet. My comment goes back to the very first meeting, and I'm sorry I missed the last meeting, which I did mull in for. And it's the same. All of the eave heights are the same. So it really doesn't feel like additive massing to me. And I don't think anything with regard to that has really changed. And then when I was listening to the video and watching it, there was a request made for a perspective from the water. And I know you provided pictures, but I think the pictures are actually very telling because this has 2-story or 1.5-story elements, and what you can see of the building that's there, even though it may be taller, is it doesn't appear as big because it has 1-story wings. So those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see, Angus.
So I was just trying to do some figuring out of the massing, looking at the site plan, the footprint of the original structure and the proposed. And I know it's been a concern of mine, and I thought it was pretty much the whole board's concern was the lack of additive massing. When you look at the north elevation facing the water, which I think is probably going to be the most visible of the elevations, as Val points out, the eaves are the same height, the windows are the same height, doors. So it really reads really from left to right as a 2-story house without additive massing. And it looks like the existing 2-story gambrel, or what, has that been removed? Anyway, was maybe half the length of this house. So I feel like you could still have that much 2-story, but to step down to 1.5 stories or less, so that it really reads like there's additive massing. And we've seen changes in railings and fenestration, but I don't think we've seen a substantive change in the massing that we've been looking for. And I don't know, is this second round or third round or more? I don't know. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe.
It might be helpful to have, I know we don't want to overpopulate these presentations, but my recollection was that at the last meeting, when we had the 3D, I'm on the page with the 4 3D views, if that makes sense, that the front elevation, there were some massing changes and some single-story roof lines and lower eaves that were introduced, and there was some variation there. And then we were wondering if that variation existed on the backside. And also on the side that is visible from the creek, that oblique view, which kind of correlates to your 4 pictures from the water. Maybe I'm slightly prejudiced because I've been on this property before your client acquired it, and it's incredibly dense. I mean, it's very, once you're on it, you have to bushwhack your way down to the water, actually, and none of that vegetation can be touched. So I'm convinced that the ground floor is not going to be visible, and these photographs make me feel even more comfortable that that bracketed detail, I know that exists because the wetland line kind of comes up into there, right? So you can't have posts go down. I think you've made that detail, even when stripping away all the vegetation, I think that center element does have a Nantucket feel to it. I think there's a couple of structures there with horizontal boards that are painted on the railing, which I guess you might see from the water. But my concerns about the bracketing detail and the heaviness of that, I think it's going to read like a porch from the water. And I think you're always going to be viewing this obliquely. And the bottom right view, I think, is the one that's the primary view, because you're not really going much further down this creek, are you?
No.
I mean, it's, so, yeah, that view there on the bottom right, I think is all the other views, I think, are going to be hidden. So I might be in the minority, but I think, given the height limitations, by the way, your application says 25.5.
Oh, I apologize.
I want to change that. But I think given the height limitations and then breaking up massing, you've got a lot of packaging happening underneath this theoretical no build line that I think is working. But if there were some eave lines that dropped down, you wouldn't get any objections from me. But I feel like you're very close. And I think overall, the design feels like a Nantucket cottage.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
I think that the most successful elevation for me is the back. Is that on Tennessee?
The one that faces the creek or the road?
The one that doesn't face the creek.
Yeah, that's the front. Yep.
That has sort of a Nantucket vernacular that I associate with. What faces the creek, I'm just not getting a Nantucket feel. Even the one that was there before, that just, I guess it was a gambrel, and it had just a shed, just a simple shed looking out over the water. I think that's what's missing. It's just, that second floor is just not calm, and it doesn't look like Nantucket, and that's what we're going to see. So I'd like to see that just simplified somehow. Maybe that centered, also, as everybody has said, the additive massing, there's not enough differentiation between the three massings there. It reads as a block. So if we could just make that a little more different and simplify that middle mass, I think I'd be fine.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Just gonna start with agreement with Abby, especially the north elevation. I think the railing detail combined with I'm talking about the second floor, central mass at the dormer, combined with the fenestration. It's just too much, it's not simple enough for Nantucket. And I think the cantilever aspect is gonna blend in to some extent. You're not gonna read that as much. That's gonna, that space underneath is gonna read, despite the fact that it has brackets, as a covered porch. I think that this is a candidate for a mud sill and lower the height a little bit more. I am concerned about the comment, and I don't know to what extent, but if there has been any grade change from existing prior to time of application, I think that that's a valid concern, and regardless, I think it would benefit for this to be lowered. They're still gonna have views. It's not gonna, they're not gonna see over the point on the other side of the creek. So it's, an extra 6 inches or 9 inches isn't gonna make a difference to my mind if it got lowered, and I think it'd help. But primarily that north elevation is a concern, the fenestration and the balustrade. And then I agree with the idea of, changing some of these top plates, especially like, what's the elevation that'll be most viewed from, is it sorry, I'm just a little west? Like, you've got the primary mass that has a secondary mass as viewed from the north. It would be the right side as viewed from the north. But then you have a mass coming off the rear. I think that's an opportunity to create either lower plates, lower ceiling heights, have a step down on the second floor, lower the top plate of the second floor of the rearward addition, lower the ridge, lower the dormer, lower that whole mass, by 9 inches or 8.25 inches. I think that would be beneficial. I didn't look at the floor plan to see what your program is there on the second floor. Yeah, I mean, right, it's, oh, that's your, upside down space. But it's a sitting room. So I think there's some room with your program for some modifications like that. I think overall it's closer, but it still needs some revisions, man.
If I could ask a few questions,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. So in terms of the massing, on the south elevation, we do have a series of one-story masses, 3 of them actually. So again, I don't even think that that's very visible. The other, in terms of like simplifying the north elevation, which is up now, I don't know how to make that any simpler. We intentionally went with shed dormers, kind of simplified massing schematics, if you will.
May I?
Sure.
I don't want to speak for Abby, but I think it's the detailing that we're talking about simplifying. You got the fenestration on the second floor at the dormer. You've got that atypical balustrade. A triple set of 2/2 short double hungs is flanked by French doors. It's just not a typical fenestration package. So when I say simplify, I think we're looking, what I'm trying to say more is a more traditional approach as opposed to what we're seeing. Does that help to articulate the
Well,
concern?
just to be specific, would it be like a vertical baluster, for example, as opposed to the horizontal?
I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but for me, it would help.
And,
That eliminates a whole horizontal element.
yeah, that's easy to do. And if I would also just point out, like, obviously, the second floor fenestration, the 2 secondary additive masses, by the way, the ridge height, and I'm sorry if the application has the incorrect height, but it's 24.8. That's pretty shallow in terms of height. But as far as the dormers are concerned that face the creek, which have like some of the best views arguably, one would be tempted to put like a triple, double hung window in each of those. And so we have been cognizant of the amount of fenestration specifically on the second floor and try to avoid any ganging, if you will. But having said that, I can, again, altering the railing detail, that's easy enough. The eave heights aren't all exactly aligned, and you can see on the north elevation, the additive mass on the right is slightly higher than that of the center mass. But if you wanted me to take it a step further, I could explore dropping the plate heights of like the secondary additive mass on the left on the north elevation. So those kinds of moves.
I think that's the consensus, Matt.
And if I could also, I'm not aware of any grade changes. I don't know what that language was or the description.
Never mind.
I'm not aware of any. This topography is a 3D surface from the surveyor, so it's pretty accurate, so.
Okay.
But
Thank you for addressing that, because I didn't
Yeah, I
know
didn't
what
know.
to
It
make
caught
of
me
it.
off
If
guard.
it was valid, I wanted to register the concern. If it's not valid, then it's not valid.
I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
So do you, and I hate to just be, I want to address what the concerns are, so.
Yeah.
Railing, potentially, plate heights of secondary additive mass, and fenestration perhaps on the second floor. I mean, the way that second floor massing works out, there's a kitchen countertop there. And,
Matt, it seems to me like that's a lot of it. You're not making everyone happy with what you said, but
Yeah.
because it doesn't cover all the details,
Yeah.
but those would seem like the consensus concerns were the ones you restated. Angus?
Oh, I would say that if this were a shingled rail, it would simplify things because it would make all these look like windows up there.
right.
Yeah.
And I think the issue is that there's just so little difference between ridge heights.
Yeah.
And so if this were, 1.5 feet lower, or that was 2 feet lower or something, it would make this really feel like the primary, central structure, and then these were the additive massing. But because everything is, even though it's set back a little bit, it's still reading too similar in
Right.
volume height.
And I think on that elevation, the one thing I would also point out, and that's why we, in elevation, it looks more dramatic, but I hear that. I can see if I can't drop that. Again, obviously with a 24/8 ridge height, and I'm trying to actually maintain a consistency of roof pitches so that there's some threading. But, all right, so I think I have enough.
I think you got, and Abby's got another thought
Yeah.
before she
Yeah.
motions
Matt.
to hold for revisions.
I was just thinking, did you think of 6/6s? There's something about these windows that are very vertical.
I
and-
could ask
and
the
that-
client.
And it might be making this look, why it looks a little alien to Nantucket.
It's an optical illusion. I can
Yeah,
run that
it
by
could be.
I just made that
Or
up.
6/1s. Why don't you throw some,
I'll
throw a
ask.
curveball in there.
Yeah, they're great doing
Okay.
it, so.
Motion
I'll
to
ask
hold
them.
for revisions
Thank you.
And some options.
and some options.
Thank you. On Abby's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Let's see, 43 Sherburne.
This little one.
Oh, that little thing called Ireland Home.
Right, I'm not on these, so should I leave?
No, don't go. You can't.
You don't want to stay for this?
You can go at Val. You know, you stayed when you were on vacation. You were held over.
I'm actually not on the first floor.
No, I know, you should.
No, you're good. Go, go. Just saying. Good evening, Craig.
Good evening.
Carrie's still here, don't forget.
Oh, poor Carrie.
That's right.
Oh, you were a no.
No, that's because she was absent for this old business round.
No, we signed it.
Craig, you're gonna share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. I hope everyone had an opportunity to preview the volume of work that was provided. Pretty good amount of work in there.
We had private sessions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I had suggested it.
And then we had it again on the Council of the Aging, so I know this thing, I could live in there now.
Oh. Do you wanna,
No.
do you wanna recuse? No.
Sort of. He's getting ugly.
No, not
I like the homestead, actually.
okay. Craig, save us from ourselves.
Sounds good. Craig Piper, architect with SMRT. I guess just a couple things on the clarity and questions on showing past work and new work. Because it's such a large building, it's hard to capture everything on one page. So just from a structure, on page 10 of the PDF is all the proposed elevations. And then the subsequent pages are the comparison to past revisions based on each of those elevations. And hopefully that's clear. And then we do have on page 14 and 50, two options of a lot of the moves that we made in our proposed. So I'll touch on those, but I'll stick with the current proposed real quick. The things that were mentioned was the main entrance gable that runs east and west. We've addressed that from the double gable to a single gable. We evaluated the roof dormers and simplified them. They're smaller, and then the windows within those dormers are larger, so they appear more traditional dormers. Sorry. No, you're fine. Let's see, within the gables, I can probably zoom in, but where I'm pointing, the gables within the smaller gables within the window above at the attic level is more consistent across all of them and aligns with some of the mechanical equipment. We have some louvers, so the scale of those openings are consistent across all the smaller gables on the resident wings. And then lastly, on the northwest corner, which is the sort of as you drive into the facility, the previous revision, we had a porch, a smaller porch. We've made it a little bit more substantial where that roof line, the porch is actually engaged to the larger roof and turns the corner and creates a hip. So that was a significant change from last presentation. And I believe that's it on our proposed option. And again, the proposed option is where we're heading. The option A and option B are where we evaluated the clipped gables. And the difference between those two, the option A is clipped gables on all of the gables, and option B is a clipped gable just on the smaller gables.
Can we see that on the screen?
Can you?
Can we see that on the?
Oh,
screen?
I'm sorry. Yes.
I know you want to show that, Craig.
Let's see if I get there. So this is, I'm sorry, option A, which shows sort of all the fenestration, the windows, the plate heights are all the same. It's just the delta is the clipped gables, and as you can see, clipped gables at the main entrance and then smaller gables. And then option B was keeping the largest gables consistent, and then only clipping the smaller gables to provide some options for you.
Perfect. Thank you. It's very helpful. Do you have anything else you want to add at this time?
Nope.
Okay, let's see. Ray, why don't you begin?
Yeah, okay, so Craig, of course, my overarching concern, which was the entry gable, you have satisfied. I don't want to, I think I know the answer to this, and I'm trying to decide whether it's really important to me or not, but it does not appear that that gable pitch is the same as the gable pitches of the other smaller dormers. Would that be fair to say?
I think it's just off.
All right, yeah, I mean,
It's
I don't
more of
think it's
the
a big
width.
deal, and I'm guessing that you probably need the height in the smaller gables for your mechanicals. In other words, you're locked into the gable pitch on the main one because of the zoning,
Correct.
right?
Yes. And the smaller
Okay, and
ones are.
that completely looks fine to me. And then the smaller ones, it's probably the difference between like an 8 and 12 and a 9 and 12. Just guessing. Okay, so really, you've satisfied my main concern. The dormer thing all looks fine to me. As regards the clipped gables, you know, I don't dislike them. I actually think it's attractive. I don't think that they are necessary for me to approve this, but I appreciate your looking into it. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray. Joe?
I think it's a big building. I think it's attractive. I think it's really come a long way. I like all of the shed dormers, those revisions. The center gable. I was okay with the double gable that was there, but this really, I think, anchors the building. I find the clip gables to be quite attractive. I don't know if it would be too many all over the place. So option B, where the center gable stays as the gable and they just show up as accents, I think that of the two, I would prefer that one. And I appreciate you listening to all of the concerns across all of the commissioners. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Let's see, Angus.
I appreciate all the revisions as well, and I think option A, I'd be happiest with, and to make it even sweeter would to bring the clip gables down to the fenestration head heights. I hear Joe's concern or thought about maintaining a full gable in the center section. But I feel that the width of that and the extra sort of porch roof and the ambulance or emergency vehicle raised porte cochere roof all those elements draw attention to this central element being the dominant piece. So I just think that the hip gables really soften the structure for the size it is. And I'd be happy with it like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus, Abby?
Yeah, mine keeps crashing, so I'm just off the top of my head. Thank you. So I like the clip gables too. I think it gives it a little character, gives it a little, I don't know, something.
It's like
But
The Shining.
I'm not sure you need them on the ends, and they're so close to those dormer windows, they look a little bit like they're getting very close to the, especially on the right-hand side, unless those two dormers were to sort of become like, closer together or something, but it's very close. The other thing that, just off the top of my head, the porches that sort of ground it a little bit, they seem a little superficial, like, could they go out just a little bit more, like a couple more feet? Or is there something that says you can only go so far? Because they look a little bit pasted on rather than working porches.
So on your north and your west elevations,
Just on the end here, and then you'd see the other one coming around the corner.
Oh, yes, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
If those could come out a little bit, they'd look more real.
Yep. Yeah,
do you have setback issues there?
we do not have setback issues. We have, but it is the southern end of the site which has neighbors. So we're trying to respect how much we disturb the
They wouldn't
area.
mind a couple of feet.
neighbors.
There's one neighbor.
Linda Williams.
Abby's on.
Hey,
Go
so
ahead.
what happened to that chimney? Oh, there it is. I see the chimney. I've always thought a cupola on somewhere would also be kind of go with the style you're working on, maybe one or two. But no, I think it looks great. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
That's,
thanks, Abby.
you.
I'm good with, thank you for running the clip gable scenario. I knew it was gonna work, and I think it's very beneficial. I think it helps to tone down just some of the repetitiveness. Even though it's a repetitive element, it softens those gables, I think, in a meaningful way. I am good with either clip gable option A or option B, personally. What would we like to do?
Can I make one?
Mr. Chair, sorry,
Oh,
there's somebody who's just raised their hands.
Someone raise their hand. Hold on
John's on.
1 second, we're gonna get
He's
Joe's
on my
comment.
team.
I was just going to say that I think Abby makes a great point that in option A, which is up on the screen, which I think that's my favorite, the dormer on the far right, that could just go away completely. I mean,
Oh, thank you. Craig, can you address that? Can that either be
Yep.
removed or relocated?
It's fake, right? I mean, it's
They're
not
all
spatially
Yeah.
Yes.
motivated.
So that could be.
It's just the balance of that side, but we can adjust. Yes.
Or
It's easy to get rid of.
Yeah, and we can make a motion to have you rebalance.
And actually,
or remove
both
it.
sides.
that one
Yeah,
over
just
there.
one.
Yeah,
Just one.
Yeah, just like this one over here, yeah.
Yeah, this is
on
just
the
a
east and the
single.
west when you're saying both sides, yeah.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you, Joe. And anything else?
No, that's it. I just wanted to mention it because I think it's a great point that Abby
Yeah.
brought up.
And Kathy, there's someone?
No, John McMeekling didn't,
John is
Unmute.
with my team.
right.
Yeah.
I thought he wanted to talk too, so,
I think you're ahead, Craig.
okay, never mind.
Text them.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems like we've got plenty of support for option A with the east and west rightmost dormer removed, correct?
Yes.
I would second.
Well, wait 1 sec, I'm sorry.
So just one piece with the clip gate or the clipped gable on the north and south ends. Those are where, if in the future the mechanical equipment needs to come out, so the scale of that clip, that's where that's I guess my message is, we're hoping we can get that, but it may be just slightly slower, but it would still be a clip. I just want to.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna, if it's a de minimis
Yes.
modification, I think the drawings are stamped, said no changes from what's shown, and, you know, at the scale, if it's, you know, a half of an
We'll bring it
inch
back.
difference, it's nothing. Okay, so, Ray had made a motion to approve option, clip gable, option A, subject to removal of the east and west rightmost shed dormer, correct?
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
I was going to second that for just adding one note,
We've
if
got
we
a
could.
second.
How does anyone feel about bringing the eaves down to the fenestration?
Oh, yeah.
And getting rid
I'm
of the
fine
shingle?
with that.
Yeah, I like that.
If that works. Now, you did just mention how you're cramped, but if
Right,
all
I
of
think-
them work as well as they can,
I guess the question is, the main entrance one, I guess, is the one that's the easiest to lower. I just don't know if that's what you wanted
You weren't
to.
talking about the main one.
I was talking about the ones where there's like one
Right.
shingle
The main
above.
one, no, not.
Right.
That would bring it down very,
Okay,
very
great.
low.
And then any of the smaller dormers, we certainly can either bring those right down. Yep,
Yeah.
that's easy. The north and south elevations are the ones where we have equipment that would have to be removed in the future. So I just want to make sure there's enough space to pull that out without ripping the whole roof off. So
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for Angus, but I think he's more concerned about doing what we ordinarily request of applicants with respect to shed dormers, which is rather than have the one little shingle running across
Got it.
between the window and the eave.
that's
just
easy.
Have them touch.
But up
Right.
on this elevation on the north, we're okay with that.
That's already,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
so I think we're gonna need just a noted Exhibit A for that, just to keep it clean. It doesn't, we
I
can
can
just
do
annotate a. So, that is Ray's Exhibit A motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously.
That's exciting.
Thank you, Craig, and your
Thanks,
team.
small.
Thank you,
We
thank
Well
you.
done, you
appreciate
guys.
sticking with us on that one. Let's see if we've got the same result on your next one.
Yes, good question.
Staff housing.
Okay, so, all set on staff housing?
Yep.
Okay, so, last time, there was, good direction on, and the question was pushing it a little further. And, I don't need to hit everything, but I guess the big ones for us is we increase the setback from the primary structure to the adjacent gables. We moved the window head height closer to the eaves. We varied the eave heights on the primary mass, more prominent, and changed to all single windows versus we had a few ganged windows. And then probably the biggest or significant change was the hipped porch, which used to be just a straight shed.
Okay. Let's see, who has concerns?
I have no concerns. Is that an answer?
Yeah, perfect.
I'm with
Help
Joe.
Set the bar. Angus?
I'm with Joe.
Abby?
I think this is a thing where you say it is what it is. And
Well, we didn't say that
It's
the
not a
first time.
concern,
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah.
I'm
I'm less
not
enthusiastic
jumping up
about
and
this
down, but
than your
I'm
cathedral.
good.
Yeah, given its location on the site and its purpose, I think it's approvable. And if I missed anyone, I apologize.
You didn't.
Do we have a motion?
I'd make that motion. to approve if it's submitted.
Okay, on Joe's motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. You see how easy we are to work
piece of
with,
cake.
Greg?
Thank
I
you.
mean, this is just
Thank you so much.
stunning.
Kinder, gentler HTC.
Yes.
No, I appreciate all the feedback and the process was, I think we all agree it's a much better project.
And just to clarify for those folks at home, kinder and gentler when you do what we ask.
Yeah, right.
That's an important distinction. Okay, now we haven't really gotten into hardscape at all. So, and you know, this is obviously a big project, it's a big site. I guess there's a couple ways we could approach this at 21 after 8. One is, it's a lot of plant material that we don't really need to get involved in. We might focus on the buffer area and just generally the materials you're going to use, or if we're going to get into greater detail, I think that we would want to, I'm not suggesting this, but I think if we're going to get into greater detail, we would not open this yet and we would revisit it as early as convenient for you, would have to come back.
It works, whatever works for you folks. I guess I guess respectfully, the question is, we're going to town vote. So the question of cost is a big one. And so if there's anything that's dramatically different from what you see, that is that we should be aware of, but we certainly don't need approval anytime soon. It's more of the order of magnitude that so.
Right.
We certainly can wait another day if that helps.
Okay, and I mean, I'm not necessarily, I've looked at the site plan, I've reviewed the hardscape. It's primarily parking areas, tarmac, that is what it is. You've
And
got
sidewalks.
regulations you need to meet in terms of number of parking spaces, sidewalks, you know, certain widths and so on and so forth. Do we want to focus on just what the materials are and give consent, or do we want to get into more detail? And then, of course, we do have a neighbor who expressed concerns about the buffer. So do we want to revisit this at maybe our next meeting?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So Craig, if you're agreeable, we'll have you on next week at the beginning of the meeting?
Sure.
Okay.
Kathy, I don't think you were present for the last.
Yeah, say like we need to be able to do that immediately, because that's, like, this stuff happens. But I think it's unfortunate because I thought that we weren't moving people into panelists.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought you had to register.
So how is he getting access?
Because I asked him to unmute.
Oh,
So he must have joined up from the link on the agenda, and then he was waiting as an attendee.
all right. So from now on, we want to see picture IDs before.
Yeah, we can't, right.
Okay, so we did get a motion to adjourn.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
And
I'd like to
we're going to see
finish
you
with
at
a
our
flourish.
next
No
meeting.
reflection on your landscape plan.
And you guys he wants bigger landscaping. We are adjourned. We voted.
All right.
Thank you.
That happened before?
Yes. I was on the Zoom, remember the Zoom one we had?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you were there for that?
Well, the Zoom one, we were next door we were all Zoom during the pandemic.
Oh, yeah, somebody kept like,
Yeah.
And it was like,
it's multiple people
yeah,
with the
we're all
same
sitting
name,
at tables.
different names, right?
Do you remember, Rick, we had just switched over to, we were going to the webinar and we had a different link right during the meeting. Yeah, all these things flashed on. Do you remember we just stopped the meeting and then it's a link?
We did. We motioned
I
and we
only remember
voted.
the one that we were present at this table.
Yeah.
And that was pretty gnarly.
Oh, that's gonna, okay, so that's,
Okay, wait a second.
I know. I saw. You're on the same day.
nice.